Turn your radios up. Turn your radios up. Y'all know what this is. Y'all know who this is. B-Eazy Dat Dude, an impromptu stream, back with another one. This one is gonna be a banger. It's gonna be a doozy. But look, before we get this thing started, you know I don't like to keep y'all waiting. So, you know, I gotta hit you.
If you know the song, sing along. Yeah, you're right.
私も地元民と言っても自分は世代です。もう友達できたの？うん。ぶったまんまこっち見ない。
Look, this promethazine got me leaning like a cholo in the club. I'm 20 deep. I don't be riding solo. Pull some bad bitches, they vanilla and cocoa. They wanna take some photos when we kick it out in Soho. Chicks are showing tits and popping pussy for my promo. Told them like juvenile, baby, move it for me slow-mo. Then I'm right back to the block, cause I keep getting moto. I be flipping, not shrinking. I don't give a fuck about no ho, no ho. This nigga name ain't D-Lo, but pimpin' these bitches and stacking his bricks forever be my stilo. This is B-Eazy Dat Dude in the trap making packs move. If I ever go broke, then I'm about to pull a jack move. Since a nigga healthy, I don't even gotta worry. With my bitch from Fiji eating tandoori and chicken curry, that ism is really indie. My pimp game international. I design my own clothes, so I be always looking fashionable. Here's a couple facts about me that y'all didn't know. Some of y'all be getting bread, but I be getting bigger, dawg. I got bigger guns and a whole lot of bad.
And we are activated. So we gonna get right into this thing. So dealing with the first topic. So this topic came up a few months ago. It was some lady, I don't know what her name was. Anyways, I think her name was Ari Lennox or something like that. Anyway, she accused the people on the show of Martin. They accused the show of Martin being colorist. So if y'all haven't seen the classic show Martin, I don't know what was colorist about that, but I'm going to play this video and then we're going to do a little breakdown of it. Let me know if y'all have any issues hearing this as well.
I just came aware of something recently that was going on in the news about, what's that singer's name? What's the person? No, what's the woman that said something? Is it Ari?
Ari
Lennox. Did she say something?
Where the colorism thing, where she felt like Martin was bagging on me because I was brown skinned and because she was a brown skinned girl. And I have heard this story. Like I guess it was.
So it was more than Ari. It wasn't just Ari. Other people
I think it was only Ari.
Oh, okay.
Don't laugh, because now she gonna be mad at me.
I'm not being mad. Shout out to Ari. No, I love Ari. Shout out to Ari.
I like her. I mean, I don't know her personally, but I like her music, and I met her one time when I was hosting Soul Train. I understand completely what she said, and I get it. She did do a disclaimer saying that she is like a shit starter, I guess. Like, she does cause controversy. I get it, but we've already moved past that.
Yeah.
And Martin never ever. So this is a little backstory. Pam was originally for a heavyset girl. So all the jokes on my audition were fat jokes. So I'm literally auditioning saying with fat jokes, right? They ended up changing it when I got the role, obviously.
So let's just unpack that real quick. I'm going to get into it. But first of all, this singer is stirring up things from an iconic show, a classic show, talking about Martin was colorist because he was cracking on Pam. None of his jokes were about her skin tone, right? And that's part of our culture is roasting. But she's saying that he was ragging on her because she was a dark-skinned black woman or a brown-skinned black woman. Meanwhile, Gina was light-skinned. But even with that logic, they used to clown on Gina for having a humongous head. So everybody got it. When they were clowning on Gina, they weren't talking about her skin tone. And when they were clowning on Pam, they weren't talking about her skin tone. But I want to address what she said, that Pam's role on the show, Martin, she was originally supposed to be a heavy set woman. Now picture that, right? I'm glad that Pam went in there and did her thing and she was able to win the role. But really think about that, though, because I'm going to do another video, too, of why black women and specifically dark-skinned black women need to gatekeep their image because they want to be all inclusive and let anyone represent them in the name of body positivity. But what they like to do is they like to get a non-black person and measure them against a heavy set black woman or a bald headed black woman or a black woman with a bonnet and say, see, you guys just don't stack up. They don't want to measure them against a Kelly Rowland or a Megan Good or something. They want to look at the biggest stereotypical caricature mammy and say, look, and compare them to some blonde hair, blue eyed beauty and say, you know, black women just don't muster up. That's why they have sayings like, so-and-so is fine for a black girl. Like, what does that even mean? It presumes that the other races are inherently and naturally beauty, and it's an anomaly to find a beautiful black woman. But you have to think, why would they make this specific character heavy set? I know people could say, oh, well, you know, you're just overlooking it, right? But no, when you look at the most iconic shows, which I don't really like, you know, watch these shows, but whether it be like the Friends show or, you know, whatever non-melanated show that they're propping up, they never put like heavy set people as the stars. And this is not like fat phobic or fat shaming or anything like that, but it is like a psychology thing. Same way many of the black characters, they make them not as smart, right? On camera. They make them less sophisticated. They make the black women less desirable, more masculine. And then they hide behind, well, it's just a show. They're just acting. But if you do that towards their community, then they'll say, hey, why are you painting us in this bad light? So they'll paint us in a bad light, give you the biggest opportunity that you ever had to do a movie like Precious. They'll give Halle Berry did amazing roles as an actress, but guess what they want to give her a Grammy for when she was like a crackhead getting her back blown out in Monsters Ball. Denzel Washington has done amazing work, but guess what he gets a Grammy for? Playing a thugged out drug dealer. That chick Gabrielle Sidibe, who's not FBA, right? She gets a award for Precious. I haven't even seen that movie, but y'all know how disgusting the movie Precious is. Why do non-black people see that movie and say, oh my God, it's so riveting? But then they see something where it uplifts black people and they say, well, that's woke and that's we wasery, we was kangs and all this stuff. So they really want the dysfunction so they can juxtapose and say, look, we're much better than them. It helps reinforce the racial stratification system. But I thought that was interesting that Pam's character was slated to be a fat woman and it was all supposed to be fat jokes. You have to ask, why would they want that character to be fat? But let me rewind it back.
Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Don't laugh, because now she gonna be mad at me.
I'm not being mad.
Laugh,
Shout out to Ari. You know, I love Ari.
Don't
Shout
laugh,
out to
'cause I
Ari.
like her. I mean, you know, I don't know her personally, but I like her music, and I met her one time when I was hosting Soul Train. I understand completely.
And I would be remiss without giving a shout out to some illustrious guests. We got Sha Ra King. You back in the #1 spot. You was the first to slide through. Or maybe it was a tie between me, you, and Roger. Both of y'all slid through. I sincerely appreciate y'all in the building.
completely what she said, and I get it. She did do a disclaimer saying that she is like a shit starter, I guess. Like, she does cause controversy. I get it, but we've already moved past that.
Yeah.
And Martin never ever. So this is a little backstory. Pam was originally for a heavyset girl, so all the jokes on my audition were fat jokes. So I'm literally auditioning saying like with fat jokes, right? They ended up changing it when I got the role, obviously, because that's when my body was banging. I was thin. I was like, yeah, what y'all doing with these jokes? Because
Hey, just like right on cue, Roger, she said back then her body was banging, and I don't think Tachina gets enough credit for how fine she was, right? Gina was the cute little light-skinned chick with the big old head, and she was the red bone, and people were still feeling her from the was that Spike Lee movie School Days or something like that. But Tachina, I don't think she gets enough credit for being a little fine chocolate sister. Now, Martin was clowning her, but he was clowning her for her kitchen and her B2Bs. He wasn't clowning her for her body or nothing like that. So salute to Tachina, you know what I mean? She definitely would have been a jet beauty in the 90s and now. She's getting up in age, but they say black don't crack. It bends, but it don't break.
Yeah.
And Martin never ever. So this is a little backstory. Pam was originally for a heavyset girl, so all the jokes on my audition were fat jokes. So I'm literally auditioning saying like with fat jokes, right? They ended up changing it when I got the role, obviously, because that's when my body was banging. I was thin. I was like, yeah, what y'all doing with these jokes? Because
what y'all doing with these jokes?
Yeah, what's happening? I'm not getting fat. Like, I'm not. Yeah, that's not going to happen. So
we need script change.
So what happened was they ended up changing the jokes, but we were like, when I tell you, if you were around on Martin days and on that set, all the funny really happened when those cameras weren't rolling. When I tell you we were cold, it was bad. Like the way we used to crack. So I used to be around a lot of gay men as well. So my reads and my cracks were quick. I was like, do.
And so she said she used to be around a lot of gay men. So gay men, like, they be clowning, right? They know how to dress, but they know how to roast too. So when you be clowning on gay men, and I know now it's a protected class and, you can't call them a slur and you can't do that. But gay men be calling people niggas, bitches, slurs, epithets, insults, but you can't insult them. And like she's saying, behind the scenes, most of the people that was having the pressure, most of the people that was roasting the hardest was the gay people, because they're just human beings like anyone else, right? And especially if you of the FBA Friedman culture, you know what I mean? That's part of our culture, is to roast. So I thought that was interesting as well, because sometimes, like they do with Dave Chappelle, when Dave Chappelle starts clowning on trans people, they're like, he's punching down. Most of his bigoted, racist, derogatory jokes are towards black people, but people don't care once he craps on us. But if he takes a dump on trans people in a very tepid way, it's like, oh my God, you can't say that, you're a TERF. But isn't that equality? He's equally clowning on white people, equally clowning on black people, but you can't talk about trans people. But I thought y'all want to be equally recognized.
is nasty, bro, like a nasty. Oh, I got a nasty flow. My baddie, though, is a classy bro. I manage her and she escort. International exports. I got hardware, my tech support. Really about that business, cause I'm that dude you just adore. Used to be on that block, equipped with a Glock. I sold all kind of dope. 10 toes down on the pavement. I send that bitch like an envelope. Enclosed with a love letter. I love cheddar, so I grind hard. I be putting that work in, but I ain't punching no time card. When it comes to being a boss, nigga, I am the epitome. You keep hating, belly aching, but it takes more to get rid of me. I am full of energy, but I ain't feeling jittery. I'm just grinding, shining like a diamond, looking glittery. Literally, I just left the bank to deposit racks. Holla back, don't want no shoes and clothes because my closet's packed. I got hella different kicks just like Lionel Messi. Still be rocking Jordans, but I prefer Giuseppe.
I don't know her personally, but I like her.
I just came aware of something recently that was going on in the news about what's that singer's name? What's the person? No, what's the woman that
they ended up changing the jokes, but we were like, when I tell you, if you were around on Martin days and on that set, all the funny really happened when those cameras weren't rolling. When I tell you we were cold, it was bad. Like the way we used to crack. So I used to be around a lot of gay men as well. So my reads and my cracks were quick. I was like, no. And it was bad. And it was vicious. Oh, it was bad. Like, we used to crack to hurt you. I'm going to take you down. You're not going to say another joke for a whole week. I'm going to shut you up a whole week. So that's how it was. I mean, just we had a blast.
Yeah.
And so Martin and I ended up, because he said something to me off. Like when we weren't even working, I was like, and I cracked back at him, and he looked, and I was like, "Yeah, you didn't think I'm not just an actor, nigga." You got me all the way messed up. So they just started so the writers would see it. You know, he had a bunch of his boys around, you know, helping pump up the scripts and stuff and pump him up. And they just started incorporating. So it never, ever, ever came from a brown skin thing. It started when I really had BBs in the back of my head. I never knew I had pepper balls. We call them pepper balls. I didn't know I had pepper balls in the back of my head. Cause like, you do your hair, and that's when I stopped perming my hair. My mom called it pepper balls. So I was like, damn. So that's when he got me, because he started cracking on the back. So they started incorporating anything he and I did off the set. It would be in the script.
Right.
And then, you know, once the cameras start rolling with him, you don't know what the hell's gonna come out of his mouth. So I just be waiting for it. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get him. So we would go back and forth. So it was out of love. It was out of that's what we did. It had nothing to do with color.
It's a shout out to Ari, man.
Yeah. Ari, we understand how you feel.
Yeah, we just want to be sure.
It wasn't meant that. And so maybe, Ari, you need to talk to your friends and the people that you were around during that time. Who made you feel that way?
Yeah.
Somebody, maybe in your family or friends, somebody may have done or said something to you which allowed you to look at things a little differently and not receive them in the spirit that they were given. Black girls would come in and they were there for Martin, you know, and that was Martin, like this Def Comedy Jam and stuff. So it was that kind of crowd that would come to our shows, and they would laugh so hard, they would bang on the floor like you would hear. It was just crazy from the laughter of the audience. And every time, the whole first season, every time Tisha would walk out, all you hear was, they would not laugh at her jokes. Wow. They treated her horribly.
That's crazy.
And I was treated fine because, you know, you would think they would be me because I'm going back and forth with him. But no, they did not want Martin having a girlfriend. Wow. She just so happened to be light skinned.
Yeah.
You know, the way we used to crap on Tisha about being light skinned, oh my God. It was bad. So we have jokes, but my relationship with that show was never ever, those jokes were never written from malice. It was written from who's got the best joke. Who's
got the best shit, right?
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Stop the press. Wait a minute. I know you. Wait a minute.
Good on business. These dudes, y'all made these little old janky deals for your own little individual survival. Your little tribe, you're trying to get your little tribe in good, and it all backfired. You know? And now you had to flee over here to the people who stood on business. Foundational Black Americans, we put in work when paid through blood, not no forms or no paperwork. We endured slavery, lynching, disenfranchisement, the whole shebang. Our rights were won through mass sacrifice and resistance. You understand? Not fleeing and being refugees. You understand? The Constitution, that was the battlefield. That wasn't a bargaining table where we weren't trying to negotiate. We weren't negotiating. We weren't giving up anything. When we went to get them to ratify that Constitution, we weren't giving up shit. We're like, no, you about to make this shit equal. We forced America to rewrite itself. We made them get them amendments right. We made them say, hey, everything is going to be equal for every damn body, at least on paper. That's my dog. My dog is snoring. See, the little paperwork deals that the little Angolan Tether, those little deals they do, those little deals accept the existing white supremacist hierarchy, and they try to seek a...
Meet the BeatStars Pro Page, the world's #1 website builder for music producers. Sell beats, hooks, sound kits, services, membership.
You know, got a lot of weirdos out here. You know, shout out to, hey, I love Halo. Halo be going in. Absolutely. Y'all got to follow Halo. You know, y'all got to follow her. Yeah. Let me get some of the family in here. All right. We got a lot of folks. Matt Nuclear. Well, Matt Nuclear. What's up, Matt? Hop on in, Mr. Matt.
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I was wondering if we could set up a formal debate.
Hop on camera, Matt.
Nah, I don't feel like hopping on camera right now. But everyone knows how I look like. It's on my account.
Why don't you want to hop on camera, Matt?
Because it's dark. I'm not gonna like put on a shirt. I'm not gonna do all that right now. So that's that.
Got it. By the way, Matt is an Angolan. His family's Angolan. All right.
I mean, by that same logic, your family is Ghanaian. So that's that. I don't get the point.
Wow.
Because your ancestry, it's called genetics. Your genealogy traces back to Western Africa, no matter how much you try to deny it.
Shit, everybody's ancestry traces to Africa.
False.
It ain't false. My ancestry goes to Africa, Europe, Asia, and here, sir. I'm a foundational Black American. I'm not a continental.
Yeah, but there's also something called like haplogroups, right? Like that's what you're failing to understand is that you specifically come from a set group or multiple different tribes in Africa. You have like maybe 20, 30% European DNA, but you're at least 70% Western African.
No, because those tribes didn't.
It's dark. I'm not going to like put on a shirt. There's also something called like haplogroups, right? Like that's what you're failing to understand is that you specifically come from a set group or multiple different tribes in Africa. You have like maybe 20, 30% European DNA, but you're at least 70% Western African.
No, because those tribes didn't exist centuries ago, sir. Many of those tribes became codified in the last a couple of hundred years. So no, I'm not a part of that, sir.
Genetically. Yeah, you are.
Genetically, I'm part of some of the Native American tribes too, going by that logic.
4 to 5% maybe, but you're 70% West African. Bro, we can look at you. The same way I can look at a Native American and Chelly's Native American, same way I look at a Chinese, Chelly's Chinese, same way that I can see a
Halo be going in. What was wrong about that?
have legal power to vote, right? Under the Naturalization Act of 1790. Do you know what that was?
Sir, we voted before. You're African because you came directly from Africa. I'm not a continental African. I'm a foreigner if I go to Africa, just like your family had to fill out paperwork to come here. I didn't.
So it's really simple. Well, I mean, paperwork was needed in order to make you an American and naturalized. I mean, it was. Like for example, 13th Amendment, the Emancipation Proclamation of 1863 those things were paperwork that made you American. So paperwork was necessitated to make you American as well. 13th and 14th Amendment.
No, we were already Americans because we built the country and we were able to vote.
Wrong.
Even before the 14th Amendment. No, what you mean wrong?
So the reason why you're specifically wrong is because the Immigration Act or the Naturalization Act of 1790.
No. Wrong where? No, I said we built the country and we were able to vote. What was wrong about that? Let's slow down. What was wrong about
you
that?
Have legal power to vote, right? Under the Naturalization Act of 1790. Do you know what that was?
Sir, we voted before then, sir. There were places in this country that we voted before that time, sir. Do you not know history?
Sir, like who?
In different states, sir.
Give me the name of the person who was voting prior to 13th Amendment.
Yeah, there were several.
Can I get some names?
But I got I can't name the specific person.
Well, there you go, because they weren't voting. How's that?
They were voting.
They weren't voting.
Okay, so yeah, you're not even arguing in bad
Paper women.
Yeah, there were several.
Can I get some names?
But I got I can't name the specific person.
Well, there you go, because they weren't voting. How's that?
They were voting.
They weren't voting.
Okay, so yeah, you're not even arguing in bad
Paperwork made you American, man.
No, it didn't. We were already American, sir. It didn't. No, it didn't.
The reason why you weren't American is because of the Naturalization Act of 1790, which basically made it so the only Americans were free white men that swore an oath to the Constitution and that resided in America for at least 2 years. Those were the only people that were actually considered people that could vote. You have to own. You also had to own land as well, right? Which a majority of Africans didn't own. But paperwork made you American, brother. You weren't you weren't considered American because you were a slave here. You were you weren't literate. They didn't teach you how to read or write. I mean, read Frederick Douglass and what he was talking about. I mean, simple fact.
That's not true, sir. That's not true at all. What you're saying is not true at all. You know that? Oh, goodness, sir. We were able to vote in this country for centuries. So in certain states, free black men could vote in certain states.
What year?
In the North and the South. In Massachusetts, black men were able to vote. In New Hampshire, black men in Vermont, black men were able to vote. In New York, black men were able to vote. This is very well documented.
In what year?
Sir. We're talking about going back to the 1700s. Also, in New Jersey, they revoked black men's voting rights in 1807. Get your pen and write this down. Document this stuff. We were able to vote. They revoked it in certain periods, but we were able to vote at certain times. All right. Even in Pennsylvania, we were able to vote. They started getting funny style with it around 1838. All right.
That's actually false. So the 15th Amendment was supposed to guarantee black men specifically to vote. The 15th Amendment barred racial, it basically barred people of different racial groups from being prevented from voting specifically. Obviously, the Voting Rights Act of 1965 they've made it so that southern states couldn't impose Jim Crow laws like literacy tests, but the 15th Amendment granted you federally the ability to vote. We're talking about like actually on a federal level. Yes, certain states didn't have slavery. It didn't mean slavery didn't exist, obviously, right? That doesn't mean slavery didn't exist. If you're talking about like an example of a one-off example in one state where someone might have been allowed to vote, sure, but that's not like a generalized thing.
So now you're admitting, oh, no. So now you said we couldn't do it at all. Now you were conceding that we were able to vote.
I'm not sure that's true because I'm not finding any source on that here at all.
Yeah, I just gave you some of the.
Well, you just told me. You didn't give me a source. You didn't give me a reference.
Oh, just look it up.
I just looked it up. Are black men voting before the 13th Amendment? It's
right. New Hampshire. All right. Black men voted in New Hampshire before the 14th Amendment. All right. Black men voted in Maine until 1820.
I'm only seeing stuff in the 1860s, sir.
No, sir. Where are you looking at, sir?
I'm using a search engine, and I'm looking at National Museum of American History. I'm looking through the history, National Archives. I'm not finding anything here.
In Connecticut? Okay, let me look up some stuff, because I don't know why because I know some of this stuff. Well, we were in fact voting as free people
before the 13th Amendment.
Yes, I'm talking about going back into the 1700s, sir.
Okay. Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, what are you looking up? Sir, tell me what sites are you looking at?
I just named you the sites I'm looking at, so I'm not finding any credible evidence of this.
You haven't told me one site.
I told you National Museum of American History. I told you history.com, nationalarchives.gov, and I'm not seeing anything on that.
Okay.
What I'm reading here from the archives.gov, it says that the 15th Amendment was passed by Congress and ratified during the Reconstruction era when the progressive wing of the Republican Party dominated Congress during the decade following the end of the U.S. Civil War. So again, the 15th Amendment barred, racial discrimination and specifically reference to voting, right? And in states, like southern states specifically, imposed Jim Crow laws. And the only way that was able to be essentially destroyed was with the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which banned like any sort of like tests to prevent adults from voting, like literacy tests or competency tests.
Right. But yeah, if you were able to own land in certain places and you were black, some black people in certain states were able to vote.
Well, I'm not seeing any evidence of that, but even if that was true, some black people own slaves. That doesn't change like the general narrative and the general situation, right?
Name them. Who are the black people who own slaves?
Over 3,000 of them. I can give you the names. Hold on.
Give me some of the names.
Okay.
Give me some of the names of these black people who owned these slaves, the 3,000 black people.
I'll give it to you. Hold on.
Okay, I know exactly what happened now. You can hear me now, right? I know exactly what happened. It pushed me out of here. So while I was playing the video, all the stuff I was saying wasn't even being recorded, man. So my apologies. I was cooking too. Let me just play more of the video. I know exactly what happened now.
Planning to publish your book? You could reach 3 billion more readers. If you've written a book and you're thinking about publishing it, you have to watch this video.
So Antoine Duplet, William Ellison, these were some of the people that owned slaves, not to mention Anthony Johnson. So this is actually interesting. You mentioned Angola. This is really interesting. The first slave owner in America was technically a black person from Angola named Anthony Johnson. He came here into the 1600s. And in the 1600s, there wasn't necessarily slavery. There was indentured servitude. So you would work only for like a certain period of time that you gain your freedom. Anthony Johnson was able to gain freedom. And then he made one of his black, indentured servants for life because they tried to escape. And he became the first slave owner in America. He was a black man.
That's not true.
Yeah, Anthony Johnson. Look up a story.
Okay, before I
I'm
proceed,
telling you, it's real history. We have the documents.
I'm about to cook because this has been a struggle stream. So let me just make sure that y'all can hear me clear. Yeah, so here this dude is lying over here. He's saying that the first slave owner in America was Anthony Johnson, a black dude from Angola. And they like to push this lie. Let's just say that was true. Does that excuse them from being enslavers and being pedos? We only enslaved you guys because some Angolan black dude did it. Like, come on now. That doesn't make any sense. But Tariq is going to bring it up. The dude actually was Hugh Gwynn. He owned a slave called John Punch, who was a enslaved African. He also had 2 indentured servants that were non-black. I'm assuming they were white. Now, when they went before the court of law, they showed white privilege. They said, hey, look, these 2 people, they can be indentured servants, but only for a period of time. But they said the black African, this person has to be a slave for life. So that's what truly codified the chattel slavery and also the racial hierarchy and stratification when it comes to slavery. So this dude is lying, talking about Anthony Johnson. He was the first slave owner in America. No, that doesn't even make sense. Do you think that the white, rich, wealthy slave owners would like let a black dude be the first slave? And Anthony Johnson was a former slave himself. But let's get more into the debate and we'll see.
The first slave owner technically was Hugh Gwynn. All right. His slave was John Punch. That was before Anthony Johnson. Google what I just said.
So I just Googled it. So if you want me to read AI overview, I can. I mean, I can show you my screen. Hold on.
Okay. Google what I just said. It was Hugh Gwynn. And it was
I just Googled it. So it says here, yes, Anthony Johnson is widely considered to be one of the first, if not the first, black slave owners in the British American colonies. A black man who came as an enslaved servant in 1621, gained freedom, became a prosperous landowner, and in 1655 successfully sued for a black indentured servant, like I told you earlier, John Kaser, to become his slave for life. So maybe he wasn't the first, but he was at least one of the first.
Right. Okay.
Unless you can find me one prior to 1621.
Yeah.
So now he's trying to backtrack. He said he was the first, and now he's saying, well, maybe he wasn't the first. You know what I mean? It's like if a chick gave you some cooch and say, you were the first, you know what I mean? And then you say, oh, really? You wasn't with nobody else before me? Well, you wasn't the first. Okay, so why'd you say that I was the first? I mean, that's just a lie. Or what you can say a misrepresentation of facts, which is a euphemism for a lie. So here he is caught up in a lie, and then now he's trying to just kind of explain his way out of it. Bro, you were lying. Own it up.
A black man who came as an enslaved servant in 1621, gained freedom, became a prosperous landowner, and in 1655 successfully sued for a black indentured servant, like I told you earlier, John Kaser, to become his slave for life. So maybe he wasn't the first, but he was at least one of the first.
Right. Okay.
Unless you can find me one prior to 1621.
Yeah. Hugh Gwynn, sir.
Hugh what?
Hugh Gwynn. He's a white man. Gwyn. Hugh Gwynn.
Okay.
He was before Anthony Johnson. People have been telling that Anthony Johnson lie for the longest. Hugh Gwynn was the first one. He had a slave named John Punch that was enslaved for life.
So hold on. Actually wrong. So let me show you. Yeah, I'm Hugh Goyen. You have it right here. In his case, with an African servant named John Punch in 1640 is a landmark in American slavery. This was 1640. What I read to you earlier here says 1621 is when this man had the indentured servant specifically.
Who?
Anthony Johnson. So yeah, he was the first slave owner. He came before Hugh Goyen. It's a fact. People don't know history, man. It's a fact. It's actually a rare fact that the first black man to have slaves in America was black.
No,
from Angola too.
Do y'all hear this dude? And he's in from Angola too. Like, come on, bro. Like, this dude is a extremely moist maniac. So now let me just pull this stuff up because he's like, it's a rare known fact. No, it's not really that rare after all, because people have been telling this lie for quite some time. So let me pull this up real quick because, we like to do scholarship over here. So just give me uno momento and I'm going to pull this up like such. Bam. And don't trip. I will enhance it for you. So could y'all see that? Hugh Gwynn was a British colonist in Virginia, recognized as the first the first legally sanctioned slave owner in the colony for his ownership of John Punch, a man sentenced to a lifelong servitude in 1640. So the case that he's trying to bring up with Anthony Johnson was in 1655, 15 years later. So imagine you was with a chick, right? And you said, oh, you know, man, I'm so glad to be inside this box. Am I your first? And it was somebody that hit it 15 years prior. I think that's something you would want to know about, right? You're saying, oh, this dude is the first slave owner. Actually, there was someone legally, the legal precedence was set 15 years prior. So this dude is lying and he's saying it's a rare known fact and all this stuff. Bruh, look how quick it took me to find this stuff. So y'all can see that the dude is just lying. But let me emphasize this right here. In 1640, John Punch, Victor, a Dutchman, and James Gregory, a Scotsman, all indentured servants working for Gwen, attempted to escape. So there was actually solidarity, right? The black dudes and the white dudes was like, look, man, you know, they treating us, you know, both as less than. Let's try to escape together, right? So they all attempted escape to Maryland. Upon capture, the Virginia General Court ruled that all three men should receive whippings. However, in the first legal distinction establishing lifelong slavery for Punch, the black servant was sentenced to serve Gwen for life, while the two white men received extended indentures. So this is white privilege right here. So it's like they were punished too. Yeah, they were punished, but less harshly. That is a privilege. There's no other way that you can slice it. If you look at the definition of privilege, this is the epitome. Now, this ruling is considered the first, there's that word again, the first legally sanctioned instance of lifelong slavery in the English American colonies, setting a precedence for the racialized system of slavery that followed. And what do people like to say? Slavery was everywhere. Yeah, but racialized slavery wasn't everywhere. That's something entirely different. So hold on. So now let me pull that video back up now that I've shown y'all this. And we are back at it.
No, that's not what I said.
What is your, okay? You're bringing this.
So the landmark case.
Okay, no. Well, you just said 1621, sir. You just said 1621.
He
got here 1621.
That's Johnson. No, that's Johnson.
That's what I'm saying. Johnson did not have any slaves in 1621.
He did.
Just got here. No, he didn't.
No, so you're not understanding, sir. So
yeah, I'm understanding.
No, you're not.
Sir.
So he had an indentured servant in 1621.
No, he didn't.
He did.
John Castor.
And now this dude is just lying and projecting. He's trying to say that Johnson had a slave in 1621, but no, he was enslaved at that time. And when he's trying to say that he was the first and he sued, that case was in 1655.
That case was 1653, sir.
Or my bad, 1653. But, you know, that's quite some time afterwards for saying someone was the first.
That case was in 1653.
I'm saying he already had it in the indentured servant that you're talking about. He already had him before Hugh Goyen had him.
How?
What do you mean? How?
Anthony Johnson was an indentured servant, sir.
Yes, but did he gain freedom?
Yeah, he didn't get no freedom in 1621 because he just got here.
I'm not talking about just getting here. Did he gain freedom and own slaves as a black man?
Later on, he had some indentured servants.
Okay, great. He successfully sued for a black indentured servant, John Kaser, to become his slave for life.
In 1653.
Again, remember, your original argument,
No, because you're moving the envelope and you're moving.
Yeah, dude is moving the goalpost because he made a statement saying that the first black slave owner was black. Now he's kind of backing off of it because he's been debunked, and now he's trying to say, well, you said that there were no black slave owners at all, and I named one for you. So like he's trying to flip it as if he won this argument, but he's just been lying the whole time.
The goal,
nope,
sir. Yeah, and this proves my point that Hugh Gwynn had the first slave for life before John Castor was enslaved. Sir, you're proving my point.
That's not. You're just wrong.
You keep lying about the dates to try to crowbar your points.
You said that you.
So he says Tariq is wrong, but he hasn't proven him wrong. He's just saying that he's wrong. He hasn't presented any evidence or scholarship to debunk Tariq. So this is looking bad for the Tethers.
You asked me a very simple question. You asked me, who was the black?
No, we hear you, sir. What you doing? No, because what you're doing.
Oh, you're interrupting me now. Because you're wrong. You're debunked.
How am I wrong?
Okay, again, you asked me a very simple question. Your original question was, what was the name of the black person who owned slaves? I gave you the name. Listen, if you want to argue,
No, sir. He was from your homeland. No.
That's where you're from.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
See, and this is the thing, right? So whenever you point out someone that's actually from the continent of Africa or from the Caribbean, and you point out, oh, your homeland, well, that's your homeland too. You see what I'm saying? So it's funny where they'll come to America and say America is not their homeland, but we can't claim America as our homeland. We have to claim some distant land in Africa that we've never been to, because this dude wants to try to make us comparable to immigrants. No, man. Many of us don't know anything about Africa. They'll say that you were stripped of everything, your tribal names, your heritage, all this other type of stuff. So what we build, forged and fomented here was something completely different. It was devoid of any African culture. You already said we've been stripped of that. So we built something new. We built something new, and they like, well, that's still African. How? The whole time y'all come over here, stay away from the Akata, right? You're talking about how this Nigerian culture is superior, and, immigrants do this better, and immigrants work harder and stuff. And then you say, hey, look, y'all say that we're not like y'all. We're lazy and all this other stuff. And then you say, you know what? You're right. We're not like each other. We're not like y'all. And y'all not like us. Now you're being divisive. And what about Pan-Africanism? It's like there's no Pan-Africanism in Africa. Where are the Arabs who are African? Yeah, they're North African. Are they African or are they not? So where are the Arabs that are working with the melanated Africans over there? Where are the white Africans that are working with the Africans over there? Africans in Africa are not working together to the level that they need to be. But they're coming over here to preach to us about unity and dysfunction. You're fleeing dysfunction and you're trying to complain about dysfunction. You'll talk about, oh, this culture is degenerate. Like, is it more degenerate than your homeland? And somehow that's offensive to say, but you coming over here, immigrating over here, crapping on the entire community, generalizing the entire community. I say, hey, all stereotypes matter. Continue to insult us, continue to use slurs, epithets, and generalize us. Use the stereotypes that we're low IQ, thuggish monkeys who love watermelon and fried chicken, right? That's fair game. So when we roast y'all back with the most heinous and harsh stereotypes, it's just a word. Ain't that what y'all say? When y'all hear people saying nigga all day, y'all still tripping off that word. It's just a word. Why you triggered? So when I call you a slur, or epithet, or something pejorative, don't trip. It's just a word. We keeping the same energy. Let's commence.
Not?
Yes.
No, I'm not.
Don't do it to yourself.
No. I'm not. I'm not a continental African, sir. I'm not you.
I don't know why you keep using that term because
you're a continental African. I'm not.
Right. So be more specific. I don't know why you're even using.
So it says, yes, we are. Maybe you're saying hear you now. We could have the video though. Yeah. I think you're saying you could hear the video, but you couldn't hear me. Yeah, I was cooking too. I can't even remember what I said. So I'm a little bit disappointed. There's just a lot going on with this stream, but I appreciate y'all being here. Sincerely, love y'all.
Using the term continental African because there's North Africans, there's East Africans, there's West Africans, there's many Africans.
Somebody who had to fill out paperwork to come.
You had to fill out paperwork in order to become a citizen. Yes.
No.
And you see how they just keep trying to make us comparable to immigrants, people that are foundational Black American Negro freedmen, where they can trace their lineage back to U.S. chattel slavery, where you look at your mom's birth certificate and it says Negro or colored on that. None of us had to fill out paperwork to become a citizen. We're not in any immigrant database. And this is unfortunate because people try to make it seem, well, that is your motherland. No, that's my homeland is right here. So they don't try to tell Native Americans who allegedly immigrated from some Siberia area. They don't try to tell them that that's their homeland. Their homeland is here, right? Then they'll say that, hey, they were genocided and whatever they allegedly built was wiped out. Okay, so it was wiped out. There was a lot of barren land. There was no United States, right? We built the United States. Always give the analogy of the railroad, right? When they say who built the railroad, before you can even ask that question, the Chinese built the railroad. When the Chinese people built the least amount of railroad, but they get the most amount of credit. Why do you think that is? We built more railroad than anybody else, but when it comes to who built the railroad, we're not even mentioned. Does that make any sense to you? And mind you, so imagine you was on a basketball team, right? And somebody scored 60 points and you came in and scored 25, right? I mean, you did a great job scoring 25. And they say, man, you were the one who carried the team. You can say, look, man, I did a great job. But I mean, we really owe it to the person that scored 60 points. You know, it was a team effort, but the person who scored 60 points, they were the real winner. That's how it is with us. We built over 9,000 miles of railroad. Chinese people built about 700 miles. What's the bigger number? 9,000 or 700. So why do you think they always say that the Chinese built the railroad? So they can say, push this, we're a nation of immigrants and the country was built by immigrants. No, the country was not built by immigrants. The country was built by slave labor and also settler colonialism. That's what it was built by. And people don't want to grasp that, so they want to try to make it into this great immigrant story. Immigrants immigrated to something that was already built and they helped contribute, right? Thank you for the contribution. Imagine you have built a car and somebody comes and contributes to the sound system. Did they build the car? No, you're happy that you have a fly sound system and somebody contributed something to it, but you try to act like someone helping you wire up your sound system is the same as building the car. I mean, that would be utterly ridiculous. But let's get back into the video. And we've been joined by King Pix, Angolan Tether. That thumbnail is crazy, bro. This dude is crazy. His name is Matt Nuclear. He's only like 20 years old. Like, bruh, you don't know enough. Still wet behind the ears, breath smelling like Similac. And the Lotus tie, what it did do in the building. Salute the Lotus tie. And Lotus tie, I know you be kind of cooking. So if you want to chime in, you're welcome to come up. Same thing with Ronnie Q as well. Notice how his voice is getting meek and not so loud. Yes, and now he's trying to obfuscate and do what's called gish galloping, which is a tactic that people do in debates where they throw a bunch of random tidbits and irrelevant non-useful information. So you're arguing about something that you didn't even know. And is that her? I got to hit you with one of these.
Oh, damn. Stop the press. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I know you. Wait a minute.
We got none other than the Lady Quantum Love in the building. Where you been hiding at? And this, I think you still out there in Florida. And shout out to my girl Sunlight. She over there in Florida too. So shout out to the Florida fam. And it's good to see you, Lady Quantum. I know you manifesting some beautiful things. This, you know, I know you still in your witch bag. So, you know, she's a bad witch. Shout out to Lady Quantum Love. Let's commence.
No, I didn't.
It's simple.
No, I didn't. No. Foundation on Black Americans, we never cut a deal with the white supremacists here. We've never cut a deal with them. Y'all had to cut deals with them.
Quick question.
Sir.
Sure. Let me ask you a quick question.
No.
Yeah, that's the only way to say it properly. Florida.
Ooh.
We've never had to cut deals with them. And by the way, hold on one second. Family, is my mic good? Somebody said my mic is low.
It's fine. It's fine.
Oh, okay, got it. Somebody was texting me saying my mic is low. But yeah, we never cut a deal. Now, Angola, y'all cut deals with the Portuguese. Y'all cut deals with a whole bunch of people. Those tribes cut all types of deals. We never cut a paperwork deal that legitimized.
Let me ask you a question then. What was the American Colonization Society?
That was a whole bunch of white supremacists and a couple of their Sambos sending a handful of people over there to Liberia.
In what year?
Most of us didn't go. With who gives a shit? Most of us didn't go over there.
That's not the question. You said you never cut a deal with the white supremacists. You did. In 1826, you did.
No, we didn't.
You did. So let me finish.
No.
See?
Oh, how? No, see nothing. We didn't cut no deal.
I'll tell you how.
No. Most of us.
Why are you freaking out? I'll tell you how.
No. You're not gonna lie. Most of us.
Finish, brother.
No, you're not. Let me put this shit in the right.
Yeah, dude is lying. And before we proceed, this whole American Colonization Society, where there was a handful of Black Americans that went over to Liberia, the colonization, my bad, got a little tongue tied, but they went over there to send a bunch of Sambos over there and say, here, look, go colonize these other people. But the majority of us, and there's countless, whether it was Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, they're saying we're too rooted here, man. We ain't African. Like what would we go back over there for? You know what I mean? And the ones that did go over there, there's like, yeah, this ain't the lick. We coming back. So because a handful of people went over there to be Sambos and try to colonize the area, they want to try to act like, well, y'all all was trying to flee to Liberia. Who in your family went to Liberia, knows about Liberia? We're not Liberian. We didn't give a flying flip about Liberia. It's just real. We're trying to build our foothold here, our political stronghold here, build generational wealth here. We wasn't looking to go back to the motherland. This whole Wakanda package, timeshare package, that's all some stuff to just kind of strip us of our birthrights and allow somebody else to come assume our role. Those days are over.
The context before you start lying. Most foundational Black Americans were not with the American.
I didn't say most. I never said most. I never mentioned.
You cut a deal. No, we didn't.
Hold on.
So this is the thing. He said he never say most. So if he didn't say most, he's automatically conceding that it was a minority of people. Now, he won't get into how minuscule of that minority is, but they say majority rule, right? Not the minority. So why is he trying to generalize us based on a minority to try to prove a point where you guys, you said you never cut a deal or whatever? Like a few people cutting a deal or not really even cutting a deal, just agreeing to whatever, colonial project, that doesn't speak to the collective.
Let me finish. Thank you.
Brother,
let me finish, man. Why are you getting so?
No, you ain't going.
Why are you panicking? Just let me finish.
And another thing too, where people say, just let me finish. Nah, bruh, just because you lie, nobody is obligated to let you finish a lie. And not only that, this is not a sanctioned, structured debate. So sometimes people like to come on your platform and just be able to spew a bunch of lies and think that if they talk fast, no, just let me finish. You know what I mean? Why are you getting triggered, bruh? You lying. I don't have to let you finish a lie. I'm not obligated to just let you lie to people.
Why are you panicking?
No. I'm not panicking. We didn't cut no.
Okay, but let me finish.
Most of us were against going over there.
I didn't say most. You said you never cut a deal. Let me finish. So
never did.
In 1826, let me finish, brother. Okay, let me finish. Okay, if I'm wrong, just debunk me after I'm done. Let's have a cordial conversation.
So your lying is mute. Whatever lie.
It's not a lie. It's objective reality. But just let me finish.
No, it's moot. It's moot.
Okay. Just let me finish. So in 1826. A bunch of foundational Black Americans went to the American Colonization Society that was headed by James Monroe and James Madison. And they asked for resources to go back to Africa and have a colony there. James Monroe and James Madison gave them the resources to go back to Africa, and they did. You guys were the original fleeing tethers, not to mention, you guys were the original fleeing tethers, the original ones.
That's so ridiculous.
What's the capital of Liberia?
Yeah, most of us didn't.
Monrovia, because of James Monroe.
Yeah, most.
Are you serious? You know what? I gotta hit this dude. Like this is utterly pathetic. Hey, Matt Nuclear.
And you know what, nigga? You acting like a little bitch right now. You acting like a little bitch right now, nigga. Man, fuck that. I ain't letting that shit ride.
Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
What? How, please?
Nigga, please.
How? Nigga, what?
Nigga,
please.
Nigga, please.
What?
So this dude is over here giving some random information that nobody asked for. What's the capital of Liberia? Like, okay. And then he says it's Monrovia because James Monroe was like, okay, like what does that do for you? Like, do you want a cookie for that? He's giving information that nobody really cares about and that's not really useful in your life in any type of way. But let me give you some information that is useful so we can also debunk his lies in real time. Because that's how we like to do. We bring scholarship. Most, there's that word again, most would mean the majority. He tried to say that we were, FBA tried to flee to Liberia. Okay, let's see what this has to say. Most Black Americans opposed immigration to Liberia because they considered America their true home. Oh, wow. So we considered America our homeland and not Africa? No wonder they wanted to make us African American and say, we're all immigrants and this is a nation of immigrants, right? When you lean into saying, nah, man, I'm not an immigrant. This is my homeland. We built this thing here. They want you looking to some distant Wakanda and say, you can be the Prince of Zamunda. Just go ahead and go over there. But this is the cold, hard facts. Most of us said, man, we ain't going to no Liberia. We ain't African. So why will we go there? And there were multiple reasons. One, they considered this our true homeland, which it is. They distrusted the motives behind colonization. Also, they were facing harsh and often deadly conditions in Liberia that made the relocation unappealing and risky. So we already building here, we grinding here, we making it pop here. Why will we go to a distant land that we know nothing about that's going to be worse in harsher conditions? Doesn't make any sense. So anybody could look this up. So kill that. We weren't trying to flee. We don't flee. We fight. No matter how harsh the conditions get here, we stay and fight. And that's the difference from all of these other people. They'll say, well, America destroyed our country. Well, why didn't you fight your government and have your government stop selling out your people to U.S. and Western imperialism? Instead, you'll say the U.S. is an imperialist nation that destroyed my country, so therefore I have to flee to the U.S.? Does that make any sense? America is this big, bad, evil empire that you want to flee to? You'll fly the flag of your homeland and say that it's so much better. But when somebody tries to send you back, some of y'all damn near want to try to slit your wrists instead of going back. I mean, does that sound like you're proud of your homeland? We're proud of our homeland, and we're proud of our blackness as well. We have been the only one standing on blackness. Every other person, I'm not Haitian, I'm not black, I'm Haitian. I'm not black, I'm Nigerian. I'm not black, I'm Dominican, right? I'm not black, I'm Fulani, Igbo, right? And then when we stand on blackness and say, yeah, y'all not black, y'all, whatever y'all said y'all was, turns into the you can't gatekeep blackness. But y'all was telling us there's no country called black. Why do you call yourself black? Black means absence of color. Y'all was giving us all these excuses for us to not call ourselves black. And when we said, go call yourself whatever you want, African American, Hebrew, Israelite, Moor, call yourself whatever you want. We're standing on B1 business, foundational Black American Negro freedmen. I'd rather be called a Negro than an African American. I'd rather be called a Negro than a person of color. We've been the only one. It's funny because they'll say, why y'all call yourselves black? It's just a color. And then you'll say person of color. At least black is specific with a color. What the hell is a POC? A person of color. Yeah, but what color, right? That simple question just leaves people stumped. You quick to call someone a person of color. And then when you ask them, hey, what color are you? Because most black people are brown, but they don't go around saying that their color is brown because they use black as a racial and a ethnonym identifier. But these other groups, they just say they're POC and minority and marginalized only when it benefits them. Any other time, they saying with they full chest, whatever ethnic nationality they represent. And all we saying in the delineation process and the hold your own nuts season is just do it all the time. That's all. Is that too much to ask? And shout out to Little Cleo coming through. Salute to you in building. So now let's get into obnoxious territory. Tariq is muting him because he just keeps yelling. And mind you, this dude is like 19 or 20 years old. So like I said, still wet behind the ears, breath smelling like Similac. His mama might need to burp him. He's not intellectually equipped for this conversation. So now he's kind of trolling and tapping out right now. So it's about to start going off the rails. Oh, and actually, I just realized I got to pull the other video up. My bad. Give me one moment.
Because like you, I'm not a continental African, sir. I'm not you.
I don't. 1921 is when this man had the indentured servant specifically.
Who?
Anthony Johnson. So yeah, he was the first slave owner. He came before Hugh Going. It's a fact. People don't know history, man. It's a fact. It's actually a rare fact that the first black man to have slaves in America was black.
No,
from Angola too.
Who Gwen got here in 1621. He didn't have no slave in 1621.
No, that's not what I said.
What is okay? You're bringing this.
So the landmark case.
Okay, no. Well, you just said 1621, sir. You just said 1621. He got here 1621.
That's Johnson. No, that's Johnson.
That's what I'm saying. Johnson did not have any slaves in 1621.
He did.
Just got here. No, he didn't.
No, so you're not understanding, sir. So
I'm understanding.
No, you're not.
Sir.
So he had an indentured servant in 1621.
No, he didn't.
He did.
John Castor. That case was 1653, sir. That case was in 1653.
I'm saying he already had it in the indentured servant that you're talking about. He already had him before Hugh Goyen had him.
How?
What do you mean? How?
Anthony Johnson was an indentured servant, sir.
Yes, but did he gain freedom?
Yeah, he didn't get no freedom in 1621 because he just got here.
I'm not talking about just getting here. Did he gain freedom and own slaves as a black man?
Later on, he had some indentured servants.
Okay, great. He successfully sued for a black indentured servant, John Kaser, to become his slave for life.
In 1653.
Again, remember, your original argument...
No, because you're moving the envelope and you're moving the goalpost,
nope.
Sir. Yeah. And this proves my point that Hugh Gwynn had the first slave for life before John Castor was enslaved, sir. You're proving my point.
That's not, you're just wrong.
You keep lying about the dates to try to crowbar your point.
You said that you asked me a very simple question. You asked me, who was the black?
No, we hear you, sir. No, because what you're doing.
Oh, you're interrupting me now. Because you're wrong. You're debunked.
How am I wrong?
Okay, again, you asked me a very simple question. Your original question was, what was the name of the black person who owned slaves? I gave you the name. Listen, if you want to argue,
no, sir. He was from your home.
So now he's trying to do a little bit of gaslighting because he said that Anthony Johnson was the first slave owner. He said the first slave owner in America was a black Angolan man. Tariq debunked him and proved that that wasn't true. And now he's saying, well, I just said that there was a black slave owner. So now he's trying to say that, oh, you said that there were no slave owners at all. And I just proved that there was. And y'all can look it up. Not all of the slave ownership was equal, right? There were many black people that had to buy a slave in order to free their family. So if their family member was a slave, in order for them to free their family member, they had to buy them, making them a slave owner. But that doesn't mean that they were treated as chattel property. If you want to free your family member, you had to buy them as a slave and then you can grant them freedom. So it's not the same as someone enslaving someone based on their racial makeup. So this dude is being extremely disingenuous, and I don't really know how much more of this dude I can take. So I'm going to just play a little bit more of this Angolan Tether who is about to tap out.
No.
That's where you're from.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yes.
No, I'm not.
Don't do it to yourself.
No, I'm not. I'm not a continental African, sir. I'm not you.
I don't know why you keep using that term because
you're a continental African. I'm not. Sir.
Right. So be more specific. I don't know why you're even using the term continental African because there's North Africans, there's East Africans, there's West Africans, there's many Africans.
It doesn't matter. North Africans are not united with West Africans, Central Africans. There's no Pan-Africanism on the continent of Africa. And Superfly says, actually, here's a real fact. There were actual black slave owners that owned about 11,000 slaves, and it wasn't so they can free them. Okay, let's just say even if this was true, like, what is your point of bringing this up, right? Do you think this absolves people? And 11,000 in a population of millions? It's a drop in the bucket. What do people like you like to say, right? It was less than 2% of white people that own slaves, which is a lie, but let's just go to that, right? 11,000 versus, if you compare this to the population of black people, and you would have to compare this to the population of free black people. This won't even be 1%. Let me say that again. It won't even be 1%. And you said it wasn't so that they can free them, right? What proof do you have of this? Provide me with some proof. Because all you're doing is babbling incoherently until you provide proof. I'm bringing up proof. I'm saying names. I'm citing sources. You're saying that here's an actual real fact. Okay, prove that there were 11, prove that they owned 11,000 slaves. Could you prove that? And how many slaves? There were actual black slave owners, yeah, and there were more white people, right? So it's like, I don't really know what you're trying to excuse. Even let's just forget 11,000. Let's just say they owned 20,000 slaves. Does that absolve the people that you're caping for? Because you said black slave owners did it to free their family. Not true. I didn't say black slave owners. I said some, right? And yeah, I'm sure some owned slaves and some didn't, but you haven't proven anything. And you say you're a traditionalist who cries. You're literally crying in the chat. I mean, the link is there, bro. So if you got smoke, he or she, they or them, won't you come up? Because you still haven't proven no facts. You're all over here crying and making an emotional argument. But let's get back into the video.
Somebody who had to fill out paperwork to come.
You had to fill out paperwork in order to become a citizen. Yes.
No, I didn't.
It's simple.
No, I didn't. No. Foundation on Black Americans, we never cut a deal with the white supremacists here. We've never cut a deal with them. Y'all had to cut deals with them.
Quick question. Sir. Sure. Let me ask you a quick question.
No.
Okay.
We've never had to cut deals with them. And by the way, hold on one second. Family, is my mic good? Somebody said my mic is low.
It's fine. It's fine.
Oh, okay, got it. Somebody was texting me saying my mic is low. But yeah, we never cut a deal. Now, Angola, y'all cut deals with the Portuguese. Y'all cut deals with a whole bunch of people. Those tribes cut all types of deals. We never cut a paperwork deal that legitimized.
Let me ask you a question then. What was the American Colonization Society?
That was a whole bunch of white supremacists and a couple of their Sambos sending a handful of people over there to Liberia.
In what year?
Most of us didn't go. Who gives a shit? Most of us didn't go over there.
That's not the question. You said you never cut a deal with the white supremacists. You did. In 1826, you did.
No, we didn't.
You did. So let me finish.
No.
See?
Oh, how? No, see nothing. We didn't cut no deal.
Hey, what's up, Lotus Ty? Is that you?
Who the hell are you?
Hello?
Is that you, Lotus?
Yes, it's me. I'm here.
Okay, that I had to hit you with.
Who the hell are you?
I had to make sure it wasn't a troll because the trolls is starting to troll in the chat already. It said, I ain't crying. You're the one crying. Can you just get on with your life? You're literally on my live stream whining to me. And I'll just pull this up. So I'm over here debunking them. And then they want to whine because I was talking about how many black slave owners, in order to free their family, they had to buy a slave. And he's over here saying, well, there's a fact. And there were actual black slave owners. Okay, name the names, right? Since you know so many of the slave owners, why didn't he name a name? And he said, yeah, there were slave owners that owned about 11,000 slaves. And it wasn't even 1% of the black population, of the freedman population. So I don't even know what the point of this is. He's trying to make it seem like that this is a justification for his people or the people that he's broken into enslaving. Like a lot of these arguments are, oh, and then it says as a black man. And usually when someone says as a black man, I know you're not of the lineage. Where's your family from? What part of the Caribbean is your family from, bro? Where does your family immigrate from? And then if you're truly a black man, why didn't you capitalize the B? Have some respect for yourself, bro. But it says, as a black man, this sounds like identity politics. Identity politics. As a black man, I have peace. If you have peace, why are you over here? You feel me? Why aren't you with your wife or your significant other? You sound moist, so why aren't you with your, Aren't you with your bussy brother? So it says, been many slaves in this world over the See, and look at these goofy arguments. We're talking about America, and he wants to talk about how many slaves there were in the world. There's pedophilia all over the world. But if someone is trying a rape case in America, do they need to bring up a rape case in Romania?
No.
It's like these arguments is like, come on, man. And it says it doesn't matter if it's 1%, you got no argument. No, you literally don't got no argument. And you were just and you know what? I got to hit you like this. You said you a black man. You don't sound like a black man. This is what you sound like.
You know what, nigga? You acting like a little bitch right now. You acting like a little bitch right now, nigga. Man, fuck that. I ain't letting that shit ride.
Yeah, bro, because you over here like whining in the chat and everything. It's like, come on, bro. And mind you, he says he's a black man, but he's trying to cape for white people and slavery, saying slavery was everywhere and black people own slaves too. Like, if you are a black dude, you are clearly a buck broken, pathetic.
With that freaky ass shit, nigga. You's a freaky ass nigga.
Get your moist ass out of here. Go ahead, Lotus Tie. You can pick it up wherever.
You know, it's people like that I'm like starting to really notice you can't even pay much attention. You pretty much dropped the link, and he had an opportunity to come up, but he didn't. And then you have people in the chat also that are being quite disgusting. And
so look at
I'm reading it. This is crazy.
But see, he's saying he's laughing at my dumbass argument, but he won't come up here and debunk me. He hasn't put any fact in the chat, right? He hasn't said anything factual, just emotional stuff. He said, my people that are black get the capital letter B, but you don't. Sorrow ass, get over it. Does that even make any sense? Like, bro, you're illiterate, bro.
It is. You know, when somebody starts a conversation out, actually, you know, with the finger, you know, I don't see that being anybody FBA doing that. Actually, here's a real fact. But
you see what I'm saying? Exactly. To try to debunk me on slavery and then try to say, well, slavery was everywhere, right? I mean, incest was everywhere. Would that be an excuse for you to be an incestuous person? So like, what argument are you trying to make? And then he tried to say that I have no argument, but it is facts that many black people bought their family members out of slavery. And he's trying to say, well, they weren't all doing that. Okay, name some names. He has no names. He's just saying I'm whining. But he has no facts. And you could always tell when he says, I'm a black man, but you have no picture. You can clearly tell that this dude is a moist incel. What reputable figure won't even show their face? At least even make an avatar version of your face. So Superfly, you sounded super dry. I can't even say how you look because you're too scared to show your face. You're too scared to even have your voice be put out in the public, and you're scared to show your face. So why would anyone respect what you have to say? You're a coward to me. But I'm gonna play a little bit more of the video, and then you can chime in anytime, Lotus Tie.
I'll tell you how.
No. Most of us.
Why are you freaking out? I'll tell you how.
No. You're not gonna lie. Most of us.
Finish, brother.
No, you're not. Let me put this shit in the right context before you start lying. Most foundational black Americans were not with the American.
I didn't say most. I never said most. I never mentioned.
You cut a deal. No, we didn't.
Hold on. Let me finish. Thank you.
No, we didn't.
Brother, let me finish.
So I don't know if you had seen the argument that this dude, this Tether was making, this Angolan Tether. He was trying to say, because Tariq said we had never cut a deal. You, like many of these people, were cutting deals in their homeland. And he tried to bring up the American Colonization Society and about some black Americans going over to Liberia and participating in this colonial project. But I just brought up the receipt. The majority of us was not on that. We said that America was our homeland. Not only that, It's like we already built something here. Why are we going to go to a land where the conditions are harsh, where it's hostile, and try to build over there? It's like we have a better shot over here. So Tariq is debunking him on this. And, you know, he just keeps trying to say, well, you guys are African and that's where you're from and that's your homeland. Like, he doesn't really have a true argument, whether it was Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, A. Philip Randolph. We were standing on business here. We recognized that our homeland was here. That's why we were always pushing blackness. We weren't pushing like Africanness, right? That was until it was imposed on us by Jesse Jackson and the DNC elites, where they're just like, here, that, you know, it was a form of paper erasure and like I'll say cultural infringement, where they say, here, look, you guys are African, even though we was cool being called Negro. Remember in the 90s, they used to have something called the United Negro Fund, and they had Negro and all this other type of stuff. When Martin Luther King got assassinated in 68, he wasn't assassinated as an African American. You see what I'm saying? So I'd rather be called a Negro than be called African American or be called a person of color. But people love that African term, so they can just try to culturally tether us to Africa, a place that you like. Have you ever been? Do you know anything about it? They'll tell us that we don't know anything about Africa. And you say, that's right, because this is our homeland and we're American. So everything we forged and fomented and built here is inherently American. Is foundational Black American sauce. And I get it. Other people have different terms. Israelite, Moors, Abo. I get it. You know what I mean? But what I'm saying is there was a distinct culture built here. It's extremely disrespectful to just abdicate that and just give it to some lost generic landmass that you never been to. What do you feel about that, Lotus?
I agree. You know, when the person came in and was talking about, you know, trying to give, you know, their actually, you know, their facts without without a mention of how there's actual documentation about how those of us who, or our ancestors who were wealthy, and as a protection, they would buy their family members. So on paper, it appears that they own slaves. But that wasn't the case. It was merely a protection for you to be able to go out in town by yourself.
And it was transactional, right? Because, and this is the thing, if in this hypothetical scenario, right, if you have the status of a slave, in order for you to not be a slave, I would need to buy you, which means I bought a slave. Now I'm a slave owner, but I can do what I want with that slave, right? I can give the slave freedom. Just because they'll say, hey, a Black person bought some other Black people and owned slaves, but they can't give you definitive proof that they were being treated as chattel stock. On paper, they can say that, yeah, so-and-so owned them, but people can't point to you and say, yeah, they own this person and they were treating them worse, you know, worse than the white folks. You know what I mean? Like a lot of the information is extremely vague, and people just say, yeah, that they'll throw out a number. Over 3,000 people own slaves. Okay, if you know that number was 3,000, that means you should have 3,000 names, right? And then fine, you don't even produce 3,000 names. Could you produce 30 names? And then you see how the arguments start to fall apart.
But see, they equate the owning of quote unquote slaves or other people. Like I said, sometimes it would appear that way, but free people would basically go out, and there's documentation of it. This was actually documented with what was that? It was that one riot. Oh my God, was this was that James Williams? He was like lynched like outside of his house, or in front of his house, or adjacent to his house. I think it used to be a schoolyard there, where a giant white mob basically came and burned down this entire community. And so they took him and it ended up lynching him. But if I'm not mistaken, it was either like his wife technically like owned him, if that makes sense. It wasn't as if his body was put on display for him to be sold. You see what I'm saying? So he was a free man of color. I think his name was James Williams. I could be wrong, but
No, you're right. His name was James William. He was lynched by the Ku Klux Klan. I think it was like South Carolina.
yeah. And but when you look deeper into the history, you start looking into the land that he owned and the maps and what's there today. They weren't slaves. This man was not a slave. He was actually very wealthy. And this is just how households were ran, how free people ran their households. Because when we take a look and we go back to the Negro Act of 1740, it says that, it was up to people it was up to the people to basically petition the court to prove who they were. So this was just an added layer of security. Like you go outside and it's like, let's show me your papers type of thing. You know what I mean? So even if they didn't believe that you were what you were, you had this. But that's where it comes into where this homogenization of a people came in, which today we would call the FBA lineage. So there were the Aboriginals that were here prior to the African slaves
In the
arrival.
transatlantic slave trade, yeah. And
Right.
and this is what people refer to as the ethnogenesis, because when they say free people of color, right? So that's telling you that there were free people, then there were also enslaved people. And then even on the documents, they would talk about enslaved Africans, but also free blacks or free people of color, which they would delineate. They would make a distinguishing. But what happened with Walter Plecker and other people when they did the paper genocide, they lumped us all together as one big global Negro. So they stripped you of your indigenous heritage and said, man, you just a nigga, right? They were trying to create separate races with octoroons, mulattoes, quadroons, Creoles, right? They were trying to make all these little fractured ones. But then at the same time, there also was pushing the one drop rule, which means that y'all all are niggas, right? We'll weaponize you against each other. But ultimately, if you have one drop of Negro blood, then hey, you're black. And so that's why, we've subscribed to it, which I don't necessarily agree with, but we've subscribed to that. And that's where the ethnogenesis comes in, because there's the admixture of people that have indigenous roots, people that have enslaved African roots and European roots, right? There was a lot of raping going on those plantations, right? That's why, we have, that's why most Black American freedmen, they're brown. They're not black. They're not the same complexion as someone from the Sudan or Congo or something. Even us have a lot of light-skinned black people, right? There's a difference between a biracial person who has a black and most likely a white or non-black parent, and people who have two black parents who are light-skinned. That's who we call like red bones and stuff, right? So people kind of get those things mixed up because it's been so loose with the one drop rule and not having strict I guess like cultural standards in terms of who is accepted, because these other, like the tribes and stuff, some of them have blood quantum laws. Some of them is like you're only accepted if your mom, you know what I mean? It's matrilineal. We're kind of loose with that. We just subscribe to the one drop, and you like, even if you don't look, some people try to say Rachel Dolezal is black, you know what I mean? So it's kind of complex, but now there's more of a cultural renaissance and awareness where people are saying, you know what, we truly are black. We're proud to be black, and everybody that don't want nothing to do with this, then you can just kick rock and flip flops with no pit stops. But yeah, so like, could you speak to a little bit more about the ethnogenesis too? Because people try to completely erase the indigeneity of black people who don't come from a immigrant lineage. Like, as soon as you say that, you will be met with, you must be a pretendian, and then they immediately try to pivot and try to make you into an immigrant. Could you speak on that a little bit, like the arguments that you face and stuff?
I'm not even sure if I necessarily have that argument, or that I've had to, actually sit around and argue with,
Okay.
Someone in or the African lineage. However, I find it really funny that here's my thing. I'll say this: if we rewind back to before 1988, before that African American term, and we go back to the first term we were called, which was Indian. And we can put that on a timeline as early as, for the Caribbean, 1492. When Columbus and them crash landed in the Caribbean. But I think this is where a lot of that gets misconstrued, because they didn't crash land in present day United States in 1492 when he sailed the ocean blue and that whole spiel that they gave us in elementary. And if we
And
were still
he never
called
came to North
that,
America, right? Columbus never
exactly,
set foot here. So how could he have
exactly,
discovered this?
exactly. So if we were still called that, what would be their argument today? If we were never called this African American term, what would be their argument today? It wouldn't exist. We wouldn't be having this conversation right now. And if anything, these conversations need to be had with the people south of the United States border, that border the Caribbean, where the boats
Had
pulled up
way
in the
more.
transatlantic slave trade. That's who they need to be speaking to. But for some reason, they come around and they center FBA, which is just, it's almost appalling. It's like, why are we the main characters?
And then they say
And
you
this
got
is
main character syndrome when y'all making us the main character.
exactly, we weren't the first stop. And they think that in that transatlantic slave trade, they don't know that there's a pattern in which, the waves go, and I forget what else they call it. It's on the tip of my tongue. You can't just drive your boat all the way from Europe in a straight
Are you
line and
talking about
think
the
that you're gonna,
continental drift?
right, right. You can't just drive your boat there right across the way and think that you're gonna hit New York. It doesn't work that way. You have to go down, and they have to go in through the Caribbean. It's pretty much a, clockwise to get here. We were the last stop. That's
And not
why
only
only
that,
3%
ye-
of
ex-
the slave of the Africans that were in the slave trade even made it here. But
and
what they're
that was gonna be my
forgetting,
point.
right, and what they're forgetting to mention is that they came later. They came much, much later. And you know, I'll land my plane there. I'll land my plane there. Like, what would you, if we were still called Indian, which some of us still are, that's what we go by, we have the right to self-determine and to self-identify. If that word never came up in 1988, would this be an argument today?
It wouldn't. And this is the whole thing, right? When they'll try to downplay if you want to be called black, right? But then they want you to uphold African, right? They'll say like, oh, well, they gave you that term black. Well, they can't. Wasn't some black dude that came up with the term African? Africa wasn't called Africa, right? Just like Egypt wasn't called Egypt. How many people are trying to say, nah, forget Egypt. Let's go back to ancient Kemet. Or are they just accepting that it's called Egypt because the Arabs came through later, invaded and colonized? So when they try to tell us, why you calling yourselves African? It's like, why you calling yourself Brazilian? Your people didn't come up with that term. Your people didn't come up with the term Nigerian, right? All of the places that they saying, you don't know who you are. Your place was named by a white person as well. And they say in Nigeria, they say it's even diabolical. There's a rumor that it was a play on words that they wanted to call it the nigger area. So it's, they kind of, well, Nigeria will work. You know what I mean? So what I'm saying is they have their right to self-determination, right? Why aren't they trying to rename their country? There's many of those, they still be wearing those British wigs. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, when they're like in court, I guess that would be the equivalent of, our courts, their judges, their magistrates. Is that what they call
Yes,
it?
the parliament and everything. Like, come on now. How pathetic and how buck broken is that? How are you going to build with something like that? Right? You can't unite with anything like that because they're not united over there. And that's fine. Y'all got to figure that stuff out over there. And like you said earlier, right? If there's only alleged 3 to 5% of the enslaved Africans that made it here, where did these millions upon millions just come from, right? Yes, there were a lot of births, from naturally being bred like cattle. But the thing is, they just reclassified a bunch of people all at once. You know what I mean? It wasn't that, it wasn't that many millions and millions of births going on in that period of time. It was a combination of them just mixing people who was already here. You know what I mean? Just reclassifying them. And just the math ain't math. And when you try to make it seem like, millions just came over here on these rickety ships. You know what I mean?
And I want to read something to you, a little small excerpt. So I'm actually looking at the Negro Act, and I want to preface Section 3, and it says that Indians and descendants of Indians are regarded as free Indians in amity with this government until the contrary be shown. And it says in the second proviso of Section 1 of the Act of 1740, it is declared that every Negro, Indian, mulatto, and mestizo is a slave, unless the contrary can be made to appear. Yet in the same, it is immediately thereafter provided the Indians in amity with the government expected or accepted, in which case the burden of proof shall lie on the defendant that this is on the person claiming the Indian plaintiff to be a slave. And so basically what that means is even if you were Indian, you had to go into the courts and petition to the court and show proof of what you were. But here's the thing, they can look at you and tell you what they thought that you were. And that right there in that section basically tells us what they did to a people. And when you go into to further readings, it tells you, and therefore, in so many words, it says, you are extinct. Actually, it says it right here. I'll read ahead. It says, the race of a slave, Indians, or of Indians not in enmity to this government, the state, is extinct. And hence the previous part of the proviso has no application. I mean, I don't care if we would slap people in the face with this stuff. They would still try and call you what you are not. You know what I mean? And
Yes,
so,
and this
I
is
mean,
the
go ahead.
kind of
I'm so sorry.
disgusting. No, I want you to chime back into, and I want to give a shout out to Big Rig and John. Shout out to y'all. It looked like it's some trolls in the chat, but y'all are too cowardly to come up, so I'm not even going to respond to y'all. I'm going to start blocking y'all, and I'm not a censorship type of guy, but if you too scared to stand on what you're saying, then just get up out of here. But this is the thing, right? Everything you laid out, they'll try to keep pushing that the pretendian and you don't know who you are. You trying to be anti-African. That's why you're trying to cling on to they're trying to say that you're trying to culturally appropriate Indian culture, even though they despise being called Indians, but now I guess it's cool. So now they're like, no, you guys aren't Indians. We're the real Indians, right? So there's this thing to detach us from this land and to make us a generic African. But do you know who Elizabeth Warren is?
Yes.
So
Miss
Elizabeth,
Pocahontas, as Donald Trump calls her.
correct, right? I didn't see a huge outrage from the Native American community. I just didn't. Maybe there were a handful of people here and there. But if once a Black person who actually does have lineage to this land, they have to fight tooth and nail to get tribal recognition. And many of those treaties that many of these native tribes signed, they signed them contingent upon excluding us. So
Right.
even if you do want to grant them, they're indigenous and this was their land and all this other stuff, okay, stop trying to pretend that they were just these sweet, innocent angels. When they talk about the Trail of Tears, why don't they always fail to mention that they were transporting slaves as well? Right? It's
Right.
just a sad story for them. Okay, well, what about those slaves that you guys were transporting? Were they just treated right? You know, so, and their stuff is always framed as just, oh, well, it was so mind you, people will come over and say, we stole their land, right? But then when it comes to us, they won't say we enslaved them. Like, who is we? You suddenly start speaking French when it comes to, we interned the Japanese, we genocided the native. So how could you have genocided them, but yet they're still here to, collect compensation and be allocated resources? Like, clearly they weren't genocided, right? So it kind of goes like back and forth, and I'm being facetious with that because, the genocide, technically the definition is in whole or in part. But many of those native tribes were even more barbaric than some of the European colonists, right? But you can't even say that. But I brought up Elizabeth Warren because there's no outrage of her being Pocahontas. People are mad at Trump for calling her out. But then if an FBA steps up and say, look, man, and many people do believe that they have indigenous backgrounds, but they don't want to deal with the backlash of being called a pretendian. So they kind of, unfortunately, abdicate many of their lineage, you know what I mean? Which is unfortunate. Have you experienced that or heard what I'm talking about in terms of that? People are afraid to identify with their indigenous or aboriginal lineage because they're afraid of being called a pretendian and anti-African.
Or anti, we were both on a panel to where, a guy,
Oh, yeah.
I won't get into that, but you know exactly where I'm going. And so, yes, I agree. I 100% agree with you about that. The thing is, a lot of people equate slavery to only the Africans that were brought from the transatlantic slave trade. They don't understand that slavery began with the Aboriginal people that were already here. So it was internal, you know what I mean? Or intra versus inter. And so,
There were already civil wars here, right?
right,
But it was a more tribal warfare. But
right,
they were still beefing with each other, right?
right. And so for me, I think you're right. I think it's even hard on me. And it's harder on me because I am a direct descendant, meaning my father is part of a tribe, and his father, and so on and so forth, and his father's father and mother. So I'm a direct descendant. So for me, I don't have that problem as far as me knowing my genealogy. But what's crazy to me is it's just like they're like, oh, well, they want like these quote unquote, I guess, black people here. Well, you know, I guess if you call yourself that, if you know, if you're thinking that you're, you know, African or something. But for me, I feel like I am caught between two worlds, if that makes sense.
Well, it does, because I was going to kind of allude to that, because it's kind of like a damned if you do. If you acknowledge and say, yeah, I may have had some sort of ancestry or genetics from Africa, then they'll say, aha, we're a nation of immigrants and you immigrated too. If you say that you're indigenous and you have Aboriginal lineage, who you think you are? You're a pretendian and you don't know who you are. You're anti-African. If you say that you're FBA, then it's just like you're a hate group and you're grifting and you don't know who you are. So it's like there's no way that you can truly, they don't want you to claim the land, but they do want you to claim, you know, Pan-Africanism in a distant land. Because once you claim that, then they say, look, you don't have the same birthrights as me. They want to put you in this immigrant box. You know what I mean?
Right.
And it's just that there's no definition that's on the books, whether it's Merriam, Oxford, that they can legally justify. And I say we all didn't come on the transatlantic slave trade, but hypothetically, let's just say that we did for a thought experiment. That's not immigration. Forcibly transporting someone, human trafficking, raping,
Exactly.
pillaging, and plundering, that's not immigration. I always give the example. If I go to China right now, find a little girl, bring her here, sexually assault her over and over and over. She has kids, I sexually assault them in 20, 30 years and say, yeah, you guys immigrated to the country and you're immigrants just like everyone else. There's no definition or scenario where that would be justified, but that's what they're doing to us. Immigration, by the definition, is a voluntary choice that you have autonomy. And they'll try to say, hey, these people came over and were treated bad as immigrants, but that was a choice that they made. Almost like a chick choosing an abusive dude, right? Yeah, she shouldn't be getting beat, but it's like you knew that this dude was a woman beater and you still want to lay up with him. So if you get beat, you know what I mean? There is some level of culpability you should assume. Not that you should be subject to that, but once you know the track, and that's what people will say. The U.S. helped to stabilize my homeland. The U.S. is white supremacist. The U.S. is this and this and that. It's the evil empire. But
why are they here? It's like, why would you come if that's true? Why would you come to the land that so-called destabilized your country? Why?
you never get an answer. You only just get the deflection of that xenophobic. But I that's a serious question too, because yes, I'm a realist, so I will talk about how the U.S. and the Western imperialist powers, they are going around meddling and being the world's police and destabilizing places, but they're doing that with the assistance and complicity of their corrupt government.
Governments, exactly, like Nigeria.
Exactly.
It's like, you guys just begged. They just begged for the. They begged them. And so this was a collaboration between the Nigerian government and the United States of America, their government here, or our government here. And for whatever reason, I don't know what Nigeria paid them because they don't have any money. So we already know at this point, America wants a return on their investment. They're like, hey,
They
we
have
did this
minerals
for
over
you.
there.
So come up off, yeah, we need you to come up off of those minerals, this oil. What do you got? You got diamonds too, or a little bit of gold. Yeah, we need some of that. Yeah, we're going to need this for about the next 25 years.
Yeah, they have a
That's
large
our payment plan.
and and Trump kind of alluded to something like that as well. And this also shows you why Pan-Africanism is scam Africanism, right? Where they say Egyptians, right? Egyptians, Jordanians, even Israelis, right? They're considered North African. Why they ain't trying to unite? Where are the other African nations to unite? So think about how pathetic this is, right? You're an African nation in the continent of Africa, and you have to go to the big bad evil empire to do your
Right.
work. That's showing that how feckless and pathetic you are. You guys can't even, imagine you with a dude, right? And he can't protect you, that he gotta call somebody from down the street. Hey, come protect my girl from me. Like, huh? Like you can't even keep your girl safe. Did you see Anthony Joshua, right? His trainer and his best friend died because Nigeria infrastructure is horrible. This dude is like the creme de la creme, like the star of the country, right? And they don't even have proper medical services. They don't even have a proper 911. And this is not to crap on them or denigrate them, but many of them come over here and start flying their flags and degrees. Why aren't you taking those degrees back to your homeland and helping to build the infrastructure over there? Instead, they're trying to come over here and say, y'all been here for how many years and we came over here and got a degree. Yeah, but what is that degree doing for your homeland?
It's doing absolutely nothing. But if we're going to be honest about what's happening, they're making it seem as if they're going into debt by coming to schools here, when a lot of them can tap into a lot of these funds just
They
from
be using
being.
those African American things. If you look at every time it's a Juneteenth scholarship or anything that has the term African American, and many of them are popping a collar saying, I'm more African American than you, because they'll say, I'm from the continent. I know my language and tribe, so I'm more African than you. And based on the U.S. Constitution, I'm just as American as you. So they'll start trying to flex that way. And then you see a lot of these scholarships and affirmative action that was designed to go to us, then suddenly is going to Ineke Matumbo. And then you're not supposed to care because it's like, we all black and stop being divisive. And you just listening to Tariq Nasheed. It's like, this has nothing to do with Tariq.
Here's the thing, and I really hate to use this, but it really makes sense that I hate that they feel that it's a negative connotation, but it may be the perfect word that they're trying to tether on to a lineage and culture that is not of their own. And I'm going to hit them with some facts with the Negro Law again. So it says this, Section 4, the term Negro is confined to slave Africans. And then it says in parentheses, the ancient Berbers and their descendants. It does not, and then it goes into more about the Egyptians and the Moors, the Asiatics, and even like mulatto and things like that. But I feel like the term Negro is confined to slave Africans. Do you see what I mean? So what these acts were doing were homogenizing people even before Walter Plecker decided him and his parents or even, before his parents were born, before his granddaddy and them were born, before he came on the scene, and he made this permanent, basically a nationwide paper genocide, because a lot of these laws were enacted within the states, that they were in, because a lot of the states held the power, individually. And I
They
just
just
wanted
use
to
his
point that
name.
out. I really wanted to point that out because it tells you who the Negro was. It doesn't say that you're this. It literally tells you we are homogenizing these people. And Walter Plecker went and made that pretty much nationwide for birth certificates and things like that. And I mean, that's the truth. This is the Negro Law of 1740 in South Carolina. Anyone can look it up. But, these are the same people are, where'd you get it from? Where'd you get it from? You send me the link. They want you to do all the work for them. It's like I did the work and I dug into this stuff and I went and I studied and, literally studied. I've had sleepless nights, many sleepless nights. And it's like, but you want me to basically hand it over to you. But meanwhile, you're regurgitating things that aren't true. When I can pull up several laws that predates Walter Plecker that shows this homogenization and
And
who
just
was who.
and just from a common sense standpoint, like they're trying to erase us right now in real time. So you think they wouldn't have done it back then? The only thing now is that we have more access to information at the tips of our fingertips, so we can debunk or we can research something in real time. Back then, it was just a paper genocide where you just write something, and it is the way, you know what I mean? But now people can just, have a supercomputer in their pockets and say, I don't know if that's true. You know what I mean? So people know that they've actually so for instance, there's something called intellectual sovereignty that they try to it applies to any group, but they specifically try to hone in with the so-called Native Americans and say that they have a right to, name themselves, their cultural, their ethnic sovereignty, right? But with us, they try to act like we have to be named, right? We called you
Right.
African American, and you have to accept that. No, because we already said for any other group that they have the right to name themselves. Like if people don't like black, but we come and say, you know what? It had a negative connotation. We gonna make it have a positive connotation. That's our right as a collective. No other group gets to come in and say, no, y'all Africans, right? Because I mean, how many white people descend from Europe, but they're not going around calling themselves European? When people say there's no country called black, name the country called white. And it's not stopping them from dominating you. There's no country called white and they're dominating you with a global system. So get out of the terms, right? All of these terms where they say this and this and that. Race is a social construct. Yeah, so is calling yourself a Mexican. That's a social construct. Saying that you're a Puerto Rican is a social construct. Italian, Irish, all of these are social constructs that people adhere to when they believe it benefits them or the narrative is comfortable for them, right?
Right, right. But I mean, at the end of the day, you don't even have to get into this whole act, the Negro Act, that is, pertaining to law and legislation. I mean, quite simply, people just don't like to read. I'm just going to be honest. No one likes to read. No
I
one's
mean,
sitting down reading books. They
I
don't
hate
want
that
to.
stereotype, but they say if you want to keep some away from niggas, put it in a book.
Mm.
So
Interesting.
it's an unfortunate. Now, this doesn't just apply only to us. People in general don't like to read, but unfortunately, since we're at the bottom of society, us not wanting to read has a higher impact. You know what I mean? Because then they know they can give you the blueprint to for success. But if you ain't gonna read it, then you're not a threat to them. But we've been joined by an illustrious guest, none other than my bro, Big Rig in the building. I'm up here with the lovely Lotus Tie. What up with it, Big Rig?
What's up with it, bro? Hey, Lotus, you don't have a picture up on your avatar, just to let you know. It's just a white circle. But what's going on, man?
Yeah, if you can fix that, Lotus, because I know you do. The last profile pic that you had was looking quite exquisite and ravishing. So if you can put that back up, that would be great. But otherwise, Big Rig, what do you feel about the conversation? Because I know Big Rig was kind of popping his collar too, and he was questioning some things about, I mean, did we all come on a slave ship? Where are the slave ships and things? And Big Rig, you look like you got some kind of, you look like you got some Cherokee or some.
Yeah, I do.
You really do. I was gonna lie, bro. I was gonna say, bro, you literally look like you do. My fam that I know, like the same with their structure and all this stuff. Speak on it, bro.
Yeah, I get that from like my mom's side, but yeah, man, I was kind of like, I've been kind of fucked off today because I was up late with y'all yesterday, man. So my whole day been fucked off. I was kind of dozing in and out, you know what I mean? But I did catch a little bit what y'all was talking about, especially when she brought up the point about a lot of the cats was already here on the soil, bro. You know what I'm saying? During that what was it, the transatlantic slave trade, right?
Correct.
So that just hella rang in my ears, bro, because I always kind of be like on that a little bit with you, man. It's I kind of question it. Like people don't like for certain things to be questioned, man. But I question it, bro.
That's kind of what we were talking about. Since people don't like it to be questioned, people kind of shy away from it. And Lotus Tie, just like you said, you got some on your mom's side. I believe Lotus Tie has some indigenous ancestry, I believe on both sides, if I'm not mistaken. But people try to shame you into speaking about it and say, nah, you don't got no rights to this land. You from Africa. Like, remember that scene on Boys in the Hood where when he was like, you from Africa? He was like, man, I'm from Crenshaw Mafia.
Yeah, hell yeah.
So that's what he's saying. Is like, bro, I'm American. There she goes. So actually, since you put before I continue, since you put that picture up, Lotus Tie, I gotta hit you.
Oh, damn! Stop the press. Wait a minute. I know you. Wait a minute.
Let's
go. Yeah, respectfully, that's a good looking woman. Shit.
Hey,
but
hit her. Go ahead.
But for sure, bro, like I kind of feel the same way. I think that, there was, a lot of people already here. I really question those ships, man. Like I just question it, bro. Like I need some type of proof. Just a lot of things, man. And I actually was gonna get at you, B, because I wanted to, to pop my shit like on that shit, bro. And I know you got some really good insight on that, you know what I mean? Because I think people need to hear about this shit, bro. Like a lot of, it's like, we've been told so many things, man. And it's just like we believe the lies, bro. It's like the whole history is made up of lies, bro.
And yeah, go ahead, Lotus Tie. Yeah, and it's all good, Big Rig. And I do want to have Lotus Tie in that conversation because she really be pushing the line on that. Because see, they want us scared to talk about this stuff, but like they'll fund Pan-Africanism. They want you wearing dashikis and all this other type of stuff. But that's not your culture, bro. That's not what you grew up on. Everything you know is on this land, and they want you to just straight excuse that. And it's like, let's just say like, we out in the Bay Area, right? And Big Rig, he like to trick out his cars. He got low riders and all that stuff, right? You do all the deck, your beat and stuff. And then when you got your car flipped up and you like, man, where'd you get that style from? And then people be like, well, he's African. That's where he got it from.
Come on, dog.
Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
What is African about me riding on sixes and having
absolutely nothing, bro?
Go ahead, Lotus Ty, you got it.
You know, it's just mind blowing to me that I actually heard a comment or saw a comment where someone was saying, "Well, I don't know. It was a." I try to be diplomatic, but I'll just spit it out. So there was a Mexican man that said, "Well, I've never seen any, blacks or whatever, on any other reservations in Oklahoma," and I thought that was hilarious. Um, Very hilarious, by the way, because when you think at the end of the day, if you're on those reservations, technically you wouldn't be considered black. Let's just go ahead
And
and throw that
technically,
out
you
there.
wouldn't be considered an
There,
American either.
exactly, exactly. And so many people say these things, and they're just they're ill informed. And I'm like, so well, if you saw me, what would you call me? Because even with my phenotype and how I look, I was still called a mayate. I'm gonna just keep it 100. And this was a couple of months ago out here in California, and I have to be honest. And if we are who our fathers are, my father is Chata,
Hey,
specifically the
Lotus.
band in Oklahoma.
What
Yeah,
part of
go ahead.
California was that where you got called a mayate? Like north, south, where?
I'm in SoCal.
I was just gonna say that. All right, go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it's ugly out there. And Stan says Big Rig got the high cheekbones just like the rest of us natives. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, Big Rig, you really do. That's why I was guessing, but I was like, bro, look like he got some Cherokee in him. Cause like everybody that I know have Cherokee. You know what I mean? They have a certain complexion, the cheekbones and things like that. And then sometimes people will be like, well, I can't tell the difference between, Big Rig and FBA, a black person, because that's what people saying. Like, bro, we already been here. It's just like we were just kind of mixed in. Yes, there were people brought here. I'm not the one that says there were no slaves brought here. Documented it was. But like Lotus said earlier, it was in between 2 to 5%, which means 95% was still sent elsewhere. So how did our numbers get so large if such a small part got over here? Is because they reclassified us. They took people that looked like Big Rigs. They took people that was look like Mariah Carey, and they took people that look like Akon and said, y'all all one big global Negro. That's how that went. That's why once you start looking into the papers, what the hell is an octoroon? What the hell is a quadroon? A Creole, a mulatto. They were trying to create different races and subsets of people. And then they turned around and just said, you know what? All of y'all are black because you got one drop of blood. And if you was like, man, but I'm Cherokee though, they like, nope, Negro blood, you a nigga. You see
Hey,
what I'm saying?
I got a quick question for Lotus. I don't want to drag this on or nothing, Lotus, but you said you was like in the Southern California area when they used that word mayate on you. What was the reason why they came at you like that? Like, how did the discussion end up coming up to where they ended up calling you a mayate?
Oh, see, I thought I was gonna go and visit this little Mexican restaurant and support. And I was there with someone, and so I decided to go to the bathroom, because after you have a big meal, you may have to, tinkle. And that's what I had to do. So they only had one bathroom. So I was coming out, I'm washing my hands, and at this point I was drying them off, and somebody tried the door. And so as soon as I'm drying my hands off, I'm trying to dry them off real quick. You're trying to get out so someone else can come in. And so you can hear, oh, well, yeah, that mayate is in there.
Mm,
So I did nothing but pay
absolutely.
about $60, $70 to eat there and was treated that way.
Yep. Okay. I just, I just wanted to know. Southern California it's a whole different ball game than Northern California. That's why it's kind of funny when a lot of people that don't really know California, they kind of base a lot of California just from like LA, and that's not really what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm, we from like Northern Cali, so it's a whole different type of environment. But when I'm out there in Southern California, I definitely feel that. You know what I'm saying? Like it's definitely, you could feel like some type of racism out there, or like a definitely the divide. You know what I mean? So that's why I kind of wanted to ask why they came at you like that. And basically, just off the top, that's just what the fuck they do. You know what I'm saying? Be easy. It's like culture, right? It's like that's their culture, bro. It's very disrespectful, bro. You know what I'm saying? But I'm done with that. I just wanted to kind of know how that happened, though, Lotus. I appreciate you. You know what I'm saying? Let me know.
Oh yeah, no problem. It's most definitely unfortunate because it's not something that you would want to hear because and I just find it really funny because when we own businesses, we hire them. When we take
Absolutely.
Marathon Burger, for example, and how, Nipsey's brother, runs that and how he basically pretty much mass hired them, right? To work at Marathon Burger. And that's fine. You can run your business how you want to run it. But this is what happens. So we'll bring them in while these same people will push us out.
She popping it
Do you
right
see what I
now,
mean?
B.
Um,
Yeah,
hey,
for
but I'm
sure
being
though.
diplomatic about it. I'm not being nasty about it.
No, I mean, no, for
I'm
sure. You
being
know
a
what I mean? You're
lady
spitting
about it.
facts, man.
But this is what happened, and this has been my experience here. And
Right.
we have to be honest, especially in the medical field out here. They're running a lot of the Black women out of the medical field.
Mm.
They won't hire us. And I have to be honest about that. It's hard to find jobs out here for us. So yeah, California does have this allure. It's beautiful, it's gorgeous, it's usually sunny and at least 70 degrees out here. Very alluring. However, the fact of the matter is if you're not a specific person or specific type, they don't want you working here. Meanwhile, they're illegal. Meanwhile, they can go into these local schools and colleges and be able to get their education for free while we rack up 60, $70,000
Mm.
and financial aid. And this is just the fact of the matter. And it's not fair to any American, if you ask me. If anything, we should be the ones that are afforded to be able to have some sort of stipend to be able to come into these institutions.
I could dig it, man. That's you on it.
Yeah, yeah.
Shit, I'm on
But
mute, man. I'm gonna let y'all cook. Come on mute.
but I want to bring this up again. Because this basically shows um, our paper genocide. So I'll read it again. This is from the Negro Act of 1740, or the Negro Law of South Carolina. This particular excerpt is in section 3 towards the end. It says, the race of slave Indians or of Indians not in enmity to this government is extinct. So, way before Walter Plecker decided to bring his ass around, excuse my language, and decide that he was going to formally paper genocide nationwide. In South Carolina, they had already did this. In specific states, this was already done. So, if you did not petition the courts to show who you were, um, then well, you know what? I'll switch that up. If you went and you
Hey, my bad,
petitioned the
y'all.
courts, Hi, welcome back.
Hey, I'm glad y'all kept this seat warm for me. Y'all got it. Go ahead.
Yeah, as long as you went and you petitioned the courts to be able to prove that you were Indian, they could still say that, you know what, no, you're not. So this was the paper genocide of our people in the year of 1740. It happened prior to Walter Plecker.
Yeah, and these people, they were playing the long game, right? So they already had planned, you know, of a way to strip us from, our birthright. And many of those people, right, that they consider indigenous or Native American. So on one hand, like I said, I always like to bring this up. People say, no one's illegal on stolen land, and this was Turtle Island and all this stuff. So it's like, y'all wasn't calling yourselves American. The whole reason why those reservations were considered sovereign nations, which means it wasn't America. It was a different nation. That's why they had I can't remember what amendment. I think it was like the 14th or the other amendment where they had to like kind of write air quote natives into the Constitution, because they were saying no, like we're not that's why they says subject to the jurisdiction thereof,
Thereof. Correct.
right? They were subject to a different jurisdiction, which means they were a different nation, no different than Israel, Denmark, or Sweden, or anything like that. So, a lot of this stuff, like you said, it's out there, but they are trying to remix it, rewrite it, and just flat out bury the information. But it's too much information, and we've been rooted on this land for too long for us to be truly erased unless we allow ourselves to be erased. Before were allowing it, not just us in general, but as a collective, because many people are like, there's no signs that says no niggers allowed and all, you know what I mean? People were able to interracially date and mate. So it's like, well, it must not be no racism if I got a snow bunny sucking on my, you know what I mean? And people think that because they have interracial sexual access that there's not a system, and a hidden hand to subjugate you, you know what I mean? So even when people are like, oh, well, it can't be all bad. I got me a white woman. Where the white women at? It's like, what does that have to do with the paper genocide, right, of the collective? And many are willing to put their own personal pleasure and have that usurp the betterment and advancement of the entire collective. So it's extremely selfish and pathetic.
You
But
know what's interesting?
mhm.
When you speak about that amendment, and specifically where it tells you that you are subject to the jurisdiction of, um, basically from whatever nation that you come from, whether you are domestic or whether you are foreign, whether you're a domestic national or a foreign national. And here's the question that I've always posed for them. It may be more rhetorical in nature, but it's, you know, if you're legally classified as white, why do you need the 14th Amendment? That's what I want to know. Um, why not find another avenue to keep you here? Because you're legally classified as white. And so now you're trying to use, as President Donald Trump says, this amendment was what? For the babies of slaves, as he says, out of his own mouth. If this is their interpretation of that, then why do you need that amendment to ground you here? So they're people of color when it's convenient for them. And then on the other hand, they're white when it's convenient for them. Mind you, these are the people that went and they fought tooth and nail through LULAC to become legally white. So why don't you ask the white people to come out and to come march for you? And you see what I mean? So it's just really interesting that this is there, and then they want to use civil rights. They want to be able to use the NAACP, for colored peoples, right? They want to use all, anything that's considered urban, and we know what the word urban means. It means us. Anything that does not consider them, they use every resource that they can. And by they, I'm meaning illegal immigrants, illegal aliens,
Correct.
whatever you want to call them, whatever, whatever cutesy name they want to, dress
Well,
it up in today.
the legal term is illegal alien, and this is where people get triggered. But it's like, where is the petition? Where is the legal movement to get that eradicated as a legal terminology, right? Like
Right.
this is the terminology they've always used. Obama deported more than Trump, and they were using illegal aliens. Now, because they're pushing this, we're a nation of immigrants. Not only that, they want you to accept your replacement. See, when Tucker Carlson talks about the great replacement, he's coming from it from a bigoted view, and he's calling it the great replacement theory. I call it the strategy because it's no longer a theory, it's an actual strategy. When they have all of these undocumented people, but they dump them right into a black neighborhood, so many of them that the black neighborhood is not even a black neighborhood anymore. That's not a theory. That's a strategy. Because all of these bleeding hearts that love immigrants, you saw what happened when they got dropped off in Martha Vineyards. They gave them some water bottles and said, hey, get the hell out of here. But what happened to when they love to say, give us you're sick, you're tired, you're poor, which that wasn't for illegal immigrants. That was for FBAs. But they've turned everything that we fought, bled, and died for and turned it into here. This means for immigrants. And this is what Martin Luther King fought for, right? They'll quote everything that he said, judge people by the what is that? The content of their character, right? How many times have you heard that till you blew in the face? Why they won't talk about him saying that we need our reparations and we're coming to get our check? Why they keep leaving that part out?
Yeah, like I said, just like they use color, and things that are, they use things that weren't necessarily meant for them, as a resource. So they usurp all of these resources, whether that is the civil rights, whether that is the 14th Amendment, whether that is
Affirmative action.
affirmative action, whether that is the DACA for, how they're
The
able
dreamers.
to basically write dreamers, how they're
But where they
basically,
get that dream from? That dreamers came from MLK to have a dream, and they flipped MLK to say these are the dreamers, right? The whole American dream, but the American dream is for
right.
immigrants.
Yeah, I think his dream. I'm
Think
so
about
sick of
this.
this. I'm so sick of it.
When
I
I
just
grew
have
up,
fatigue.
yeah, I got tether fatigue. I got immigrant fatigue. It's a lot. I got a lot of fatigue right now, just like people got of us, right? And Stan says, are you talking about Van Jones? No, Van Jones is one of the most disgusting Sambos ever known to man. A buck broken dude who's always crying every chance that he can get. No. And he says, are the bigger users of civil rights are white women and LGBT white men? Yes, this is what I said. Like, they're always painting us the face of things. So, and I'm gonna come right to you, Big Rig. They always paint it so when they say welfare queen, even though it's more white women getting welfare, y'all the queens of affirmative action, even though more white women benefited. They'll say, y'all only got the DEI higher, right? But if a white dude breaks his leg and becomes handicapped, they're entitled to the same DEI benefits as you. If a white dude was a straight male all of his life and says, you know what, I'm trans now, they're part of a marginalized, protected group and entitled to the same benefits as you. Go ahead, Big Rig. You have something to chime in?
It's something a little bit different, but
Oh yeah, whatever, wherever you want to take it.
but I'm sure y'all may have some good insight on this because I don't really be watching a lot of TV or nothing, so I just kind of been getting on the little political thing, on YouTube with certain people, and the thing that's really been tripping me out, bro, is like how they've been when it comes to that TPSU or whatever USA, the Charlie Kirk people.
Yeah, Turning Point USA.
Turning Point. Um, it's just weird to me how they're really pushing like this, like the religion with it, bro, with the politics. You know what I'm saying? Have you noticed that though, bro? Like they're really pushing the whole Christian like thing behind it, and the church, and it's like they're it's almost like how Manosphere was when they kind of pushed they fucking how men should be and women and all. It's like they doing the same shit, bro.
And this is where they push that the kids out of wedlock thing, and this is why I always bring up that example. Why I bring up Big Rig, who I know is an active father, loves his son, would jump in front of a moving train for his son. Same thing with John, right? But John is not married. So on the books, if you want to get biblical, and I'm not saying this, I'm just using this as an example. In a biblical sense, those kids are considered bastard children.
Right.
In the Bible, they're considered illegitimate. What the fuck is illegitimate about your son?
Right, bro. And that's why I want to get on this topic, bro. Oh my God, man. They gonna hate me, bro. You know what I'm saying? But you're right, bro.
No, because it's really a shot at your manhood based on a book, because based on the biblical principles, since you didn't marry his mom, your son is illegitimate. So when you raise your son and giving him gifts and you giving him advice, right? You putting a roof over his head, nigga, what is illegitimate about that? So that's why I always tell people, and based on this too, even if somebody, if you have a kids with somebody and y'all live in the same house, if you're not married, that woman is considered single, and it will say that those kids were out of wedlock, being raised by a single mother.
Right. Right. It's crazy, bro. Growing up, I've never heard these type of views pimping like at all, bro. You know what I'm saying? And then like it's just really, really weird. But the reason why I brought up the Turning Point though is because they put this religion behind it, bro. But their money schemes, bro, is just crazy. Like now they asking where all this money is and how much money they've been making since this dude done died, and the merch that they sell, like the shirt he was wearing when he got peeled. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like the way they did the whole fucking funeral shit, bro, with shit look like a wrestling fucking match, bro. Like just really different, bro. Like just really different. But the religion thing is just crazy to me, bro. And then when you like, I've been watching how they've been getting on that Vivisami dude, whatever, Vivek, and like these motherfuckers was drilling him, bro. Like these white dudes, little young white dudes, bro. Like you know what I'm saying? Like our God is the best God. If he ain't Lord Jesus Christ, he's a demon and yada yada yada, bro. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit, bro?
Oh, what is it? Did you miss what's going on? And did you miss what's let me fill you in.
Speak on it. I'm on mute.
Let me fill you in. So this past what was it, September, October, November, the white people have been excuse me. The dominant society has been running amok in London and UK because of they're having the same problem. Actually, theirs is much worse there. So basically, what's going on is they are flooded with illegal and legal, pretty much a bunch of refugees from the Indus Valley, UAE, Pakistan, wherever, the Arabs. So they are so pretty much what's happening over there. They are. I hate that I saw this, but they're literally slaying people with machete, sword type devices in the streets, and literally broad daylight. People are walking by as if it's normal. Um, the immigrant problem there is so bad. Their views are not their views anymore. So Sharia law is basically taken over, and these European countries, the European Union, whatever they call it, I don't know. But this is what's going on over there, and it's out of control. And it's so many of them. You guys, I don't if you can, when you get a few minutes of your time, I highly encourage you to just kind of maybe put it in your YouTube browser just to see what's going on. I forget the guy's name that basically had like a 5 million man march. That's what it looked like to me, um, in London about these people. And he even FaceTimed Elon Musk, and he spoke on it. And they had him on a big jumbotron. They were out there acting a fool, beating up the police. This is dominant society over there. So that's what's going on over there. Sharia law is, they're basically in an uproar about these people. And so they have been warning the Americans and showing, hey, if you let Mondani and any of them get in, this is what they're going to start implementing, just like what's going on in Texas. So that is technically my hometown. I've been trying to ring the alarm on these people in Irving, Texas, and what's going on for years. For years, at least it's gotten worse the last 2 or 3 years. When I say their population has completely just changed an entire area, these people are not playing. And so they're literally trying to basically make Sharia law here. And they're saying this stuff, they're not being quiet about it. They're armed with AKs, all types of stuff in Texas. It's getting real. So this is why the dominant society is basically grilling him, because they want to see where he's coming from. And what they're doing is they've said what their plan was. They install these people. Where did he come from? Where did this Mandami guy come from? I just got to be honest. I've never heard of him.
Nowhere. And
And then
could y'all hear me?
we all have to what? We all have to swear on the Bible. You know what he swore on?
The Quran.
The Quran. So what makes him different from everyone else? I don't see any
Yeah.
Jewish people, saying, oh, okay, well, we're going to come over here and not conform to what's going on over here. We'll swear on this too. But they come over here and they change laws. Mind you, um, I don't know if this was in Chicago or if this is in New York. If anyone knows, please correct me on this. But it's somewhere up, northeast. And they have implemented, how they have their prayers. They have made this a law. And they're saying they're having to hear these sounds, this call to prayer at all times of the day and night now. And so this is what they're, like you said, this is now a strategy. So the great replacement strategy has already taken has is already in effect
Yeah, it's
over
in
in
full
these
swing.
European countries. And they're saying, don't let it be you. They are over there fighting for their lives and acting a fool, beating up police and whomever. It's mayhem there.
Yeah, and real
So
quick,
yeah,
could you
that's
hear me?
what's going on.
Could y'all hear me?
Were you talking?
No, I'm asking, could you hear me?
I
Yeah,
can
I can
hear
hear
you
you.
now. Yeah,
Okay,
I'm
okay.
sorry. Did I talk over you? Because I didn't hear
No, no,
you. I'm so
no,
sorry.
no, no. You didn't talk over me. It's just
Okay.
my computer was tripping, so I had to join on my phone. So I just want to make sure that you heard me. And the other thing too, Mondami is a reason why we had to delineate and drop the term African American because uh he's a Indian from Uganda, right? Or he was born in Uganda. So when he was getting into college, he one of the applications he filled out that he was Asian because Middle Eastern people they'll try to say they're Asian because there's no race called Middle Eastern. But then he also checked that he was African American. You see what I'm saying? Like
But
people would like try to culturally tether onto that term, and it's just so nebulous that French Montana, who is Moroccan, but is French Montana black? No, but he's African and he's an American. How is he not African American?
well, this is what happens. This is what they do when they get into these schools. There's a school. They call it. It's a historically black medical college, but they've expanded the college. Um, and when you go on their website, it's in Watts. I'll just leave it at that for other people to maybe do a little bit more digging. I don't want to say the name of the school and deter anyone. Um, but I was looking into one of their programs. And so, as I'm browsing, their website, and it's like, oh, okay, if you're DACA, if you're illegal, basically click here. So, I'm clicking. I'm not illegal. I know I'm clicking. I'm wanting to know what's over here. And so it just proved my point of what I already thought and the things that I've already seen in the California systems out here as far as, quote unquote higher education. And they don't have to fill out FAFSA. The dreamers, they don't pay for school either. Any of these illegals that are out here, they do not have to pay for school at all.
And And remember during COVID, right? They were telling you in order for you to go to a club, you need to have a mask and you need to show that you got a special you had got the jab. But when they was letting them over here, they wasn't required to have a jab. You see what I'm saying? So they
They
can
weren't
come
even
over here.
required to have vaccinations.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You see what I'm saying? And on top of that, there used to be a ban on and this is back to the Obama days. There used to be a ban to people if they had AIDS, right? And I'm not into
Hmm.
demonizing people with all the stereotypes of, you from Africa, you have AIDS and stuff, right? But there was a ban on, hey, if you have AIDS, you can't come over here. Obama lifted that ban, and there was a bunch of people, Africans, that had AIDS, and I'm not saying they were the only ones, but I'm saying when he lifted that ban, what neighborhood do you think they dropped those people in?
They were dropping them in the black neighborhoods. That's what was happening.
Bingo. So then when I'm not trying to say like, hey, all FBAs is just innocent angels. Nobody gets, diseases. No one does crime. The thing is, we already have enough of our own negative stereotypes that we will want to deal with by ourselves. We don't want someone coming in from a foreign land adding, you know what I mean? So if someone comes in and they're a poor immigrant and they're used to, having, aborting their babies, that's gonna fall on black women.
Hey, B, stand in the back.
Um, and just to piggyback off of that a bit, I think this was either last year. It was either 24 or 25 last year. So either 24 or 25 now, where California lifted a law that was in place. They lifted it quietly that stated that, you had to notify people of your status. You don't have to do that anymore. So now it's not criminal anymore in the state of California. You know, I can't speak on other states at the moment and if this is a requirement, but I just
You don't
wanted to
have to
put that out
disclose.
there as well. But we already know our numbers are very low here, and I'm meaning as far as a people, as FBA or Black Americans, we're not. Our numbers are very low in SoCal, and I know the county I'm in right now. I think we're what 3% of the entire population. Like I'm lucky if I see somebody that looks like me Monday through Friday. If I see you once a month, like it's just like, oh, there's somebody, anybody that looks like me. So, yeah, our numbers here are low. So if it just somehow it has hit California, well, you already know what population it's hitting. It's not us.
Correct. And all we're saying is like, let's have a appropriate disaggregating of the data, because people always like to say that they better than us. So you should want to separate the data so on paper you can see how much better than us you're actually doing. But when you lay it out like that, then people don't want a true accounting of the data, because then it's gonna show, you know what I mean, how much you know, when people like, man, that's black culture, it's like, Kodak Black, bro, he's Haitian, right? Oh, this person does this, that person's Jamaican.
He's Haitian American. Mm-mm.
Stan came off
There's
mute
that.
quick.
Yeah, he's one of
There's that
yours. That's one of
homogenization.
your kids. Y'all can't be coming in talking
You
about
you,
Haitian
you,
Americans. They've been here for a century. Y'all been giving birth to them
hey,
babies.
hey,
Hey, B,
hey,
who else up here, B?
Sac Passe. I
So if
don't
I
know who,
say,
I
This is
don't know who that is.
Mulattoism, brother. How y'all doing?
Okay.
On the
Okay, what's
Ho-
going on with it?
yeah,
hey,
hopefully you ain't
peace.
hopefully you ain't on no troll stuff, but go ahead, Stan, and then we'll go to Pan
No,
Mulatto.
not at all.
I
Okay, for sure.
only could be here for a short while because I can't say
Yeah,
where I'm
what's like that?
located, but I had a break. Great discussion. Um, good work. I just want to, like I've always said that African Americans always had culture, even though African Americans always said they didn't. I'm like, yo, that's kind of fake and false. Because when you look around the world, anybody that look like us act like they're African American, thanks to BET and other, you know, entertainment that use black actors and put out in the world and made their money and didn't pay black actors anything, and also in sports. Um, I know you guys talked about a little bit about Pan Africanism. It's crazy to hear it because like on the other side, when I'm Caribbean and Afro Latino, when we try to get ourselves involved with Pan Africanism, it was always a negative because they're like, well, you're not African. Why are you trying to do that for? But we understood the thing about it. It was like it's to meet other people that look like you, because if you grew up in an all white neighborhood, it's like you. It was always good for you. Um,
We don't look
Yeah,
like Africans. I'm
no,
yeah,
no,
it was
sorry.
no,
like
I hear you. But the Pan African stuff was good because it's good to meet other people who are black, and like there's no one color for anybody black. Like that's just it. But like if you grew up in an all white neighborhood, I didn't have a good time in Las Vegas. My middle school got burned 3 times. I'm like, yeah, I deserved it because it was racist as fuck. I don't feel no bad about that school, but like, yeah, California, when everybody gets mad at us, I'm like, yo, we don't have the numbers. It's crazy to see a black radio station, nobody black is working there. And what I mean by black radio station, they have black music, but nobody black work at the radio stations
yeah, it's
ever.
all Mexicans up there.
Black Americans, or you talking about
But black
Caribbeans?
Americans, anybody black, because here
So
in
are we
Bay Area,
inviting Africans into the conversation?
no, I wouldn't say that. Look, I grew up in
Because I'm just
California.
trying to figure out how is that their culture?
Oh no, okay, let me go. But
Okay.
I'll go back.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what we call people say they cosplay black, right? We
Ooh
cannot
wee.
ignore. We really cannot ignore. I'm gonna say it because guess what? When I look at a movie that was like Once We Were Warriors or Once We Were Kings that was based in Samoa, And that movie came out in the 90s, and on their wall was Right On magazine and Vibe, right? The influence that Black culture had across the world for people of Dr. Hugh is huge. It's influential. We can't go back in time and say you can't get it. It's like, no, these are your kids. If you're African American, you've made historically, you guys made a point. You guys help out a lot of people. I'm not ungrateful about that. I am against people coming into the country and not, giving back to the people who gave to them. Yes, I'm with you on that. Growing up in the Bay Area, we have to be honest here. Anytime Summer Jam is a big, big example of this. Summer Jam, all of us from all the communities, Oakland, San Jose, used to go to Summer Jam. And I ain't gonna say name the radio host. He called it ghetto, but it was our artists, Black artists. And I don't know who these artists like. I don't know if they 100% African American and all this other stuff. But guess what? They're Black, and everybody vibed to Brandy, and everybody vibed to Tony Braxton. Everybody vibed to it. But when we're showing up to see these artists, we got like, oh, it's ghetto, and we were not winning the award. We weren't winning the contest to go see it for free. And when them bands just come around and pass out free CDs and DVDs, we weren't showing no love. So there are some stuff we gotta do as a collective, and there's some other stuff like, primarily for African Americans, you guys need your stuff. Yes, I'm with you. But Kodak Black, he's half Haitian. He's also part of African American culture because look at his parents. They're not pure. So that's where we at nowadays. Now, I forgot your name. Is it Lotus?
Lotus Tie.
Lotus Tie. Yeah, the same thing happens in Miami with us with Latinos. They act like we don't exist. We also get called the N word too.
Who is they? I'm not.
Oh, so like the
I'm a bit
Cubans.
confused because
Okay, no.
you're saying we, then you're separating yourself, then it's.
Okay,
I don't
just
know
stick with
what
me
you're
on this.
saying.
Okay, I'll make the connection for you. No, I'll make the
Yeah, I
connection
like
for you.
this, man.
I'm gonna make the
Hey,
connection for
B-Eazy,
you.
you on one, bro. I got you, though.
I'm with you on this. Okay, I'm gonna help you out. When you mentioned that the Mexicans are not allowing Black people, African Americans, to work in the hospitals, I put in the chat. This is the same playbook that the Cubans have done in Dade County. They have done this for decades. Black people could never work in Dade County. All of us had to leave Dade County to find jobs because Cubans have taken over Dade County.
But aren't
And
you
I'm disagreeing
Caribbean
with you.
too?
Yeah, we're
Huh?
not.
Oh,
Yes. And to also other Latinos, because Cubans do not see themselves as Argentinians. Argentinians can't work in Dade County. Puerto Ricans can't work in Dade County. They say the requirement is Spanish, but we're talking about fourth generation Cubans who can't even speak Spanish or understand Spanish. They don't even do Spanglish.
Stan, when you said Kodak's parents weren't pure, what did you mean by that?
Yeah, we're getting
Okay.
Now we're talking about Cubans and shit.
Well, when I talk about the Cubans and shit, I'm making the correlation between what's going on for you. And you know what? Here's something I also put in the chat. Not only do people don't want to read, and I agree with you guys, but also we got to this point where we're like, when we're talking and communicating, we're not listening, or we're not trying to make communication or connections. And like what's happening in LA, has been happening in Florida, also happening in New York, also happening, what you say was going on in Texas. A lot of these things are happening everywhere, and it's ironic that Mexicans don't allow people to go through Mexico to get to America to get the same opportunities that they say they're fighting for. But once you go to Mexico, they send you back to your country. And that's why a lot of people don't like Mexicans that are from Latin America. So
yeah, because they be pushing that no one's illegal on stolen land. Well, Mexico was stolen, and then you try to go to Mexico and they get you up out of there and call you a mayate while they do it.
So yeah, Lotus knows about that, boy. That shit crazy than a motherfucker, man.
Yeah, we just done with the hypocrisy. But Stan,
Yeah, that
Go
yeah,
ahead. And,
the other dude up here too. I forgot his name, man. What's your name again, boss?
Peace. My name is Pan Mulattoism, and I
Pan
try to be brief.
Mulattoism.
Yes, sir.
that's
Pan
dope.
Hi.
And
Mulattoism.
shout out to
Peace.
Sincere out there in the chat.
Yeah, and shout out to Sincere. Sincere is goaded. But Stan, you can chime back in, but let Pan Mulatto say something because
I'm
he
on
been
break,
waiting.
so I just want to say shout out. I like the chat. Hey, I'm sorry if you guys felt confused. I just like it's all connected and I see it. I just welcome everybody to read like world magazines and world politics and just get involved. You see how everything is connected. You're not the only one that's going through it. Me and B always talk, and I'll send him some
Oh,
stuff
Lord.
on IG.
And then you can let me know what you meant by Kodak's parents pure is not pure,
Oh,
because I still
I'll be
need.
Yeah,
real
he
quick. No,
still
I'll be real
didn't.
quick about it. I'll be real quick because I get it. Because this is West Coast. But listen, when you're not born on the country and you say Haitian, Haitians don't see you as being Haitian. There's a word for Haitians not born in Haiti, and what that means is you're a bastard child.
Oh
What
wow.
is that word? Because I know some
Oh,
places
Timon
they
Deo.
call it a
Timon Fet
diaper.
Deo. So Timon Fet Deo means that you're born outside. You're not legitimately Haitian. You're a bastard. So going around saying you're Haitian, they like, no, you're not. You're a bastard. So when it gets translated, like you're not from here, you're not one of us, get out of our face. So you're looking at a group of people
Who's
wanting to
telling them
raise,
that? The Dominicans?
no, the Haitians.
Other Haitians are telling other Haitians that? Or telling
Yeah,
other
for
Caribbeans
decades,
that?
no, they're telling other Haitians,
That's
you're
a
not
that's a
from
Teva
here.
on Teva conflict. Respectfully, that has nothing to do with us.
Yeah. We.
Okay, and listen to this. So Haitians been around in America for close to 100 years, right? A lot of us did not marry another Haitian. Some of us got married with African Americans, and you're looking at third generations or three generations down. So it comes down like people say, okay, you're not pure. That's it. A lot of times, some Africans will say like, I'm African American. They're like, well, you're a hybrid or you colored. That's how Africans see us. We also don't have that concept. Like a lot of Africans don't see themselves as Africans. They see themselves within their tribes or within their nations. They don't, it's
Yeah, no,
almost the same. Like,
Yeah, I'm just trying to
that's the
figure
whole
out the
thing.
connection. We started off at the summer jam, then we got to Cuba, and it was the flat black, and it was the
I get it.
we and the we not we. It's kind of all over the place. And then you
I
say
get
that
it.
I'm confused and
He
I don't
said I
understand
did it.
I get it.
communication.
I get it.
So
I get it.
yeah,
You know what?
I'm
I get it.
fatigued.
I get it.
Fatigued.
It
I
was
get
it
it.
was it was a little
No,
while.
no, I get it. I get it. You guys don't want
Oh,
the
I get it.
connection,
I get it. I
and you're
thought
on
he
your
said I
own.
did it.
It's,
Now
I
he's
get
gonna
it.
blame it on us and
I'm
shift
not
blame
playing.
and say
That's what
that we don't
it is. But that's
understand
what
and
it
all of that
is. You don't
stuff.
want the
It's
connection.
not that we don't understand. You're kind of all over the place. I mean, I don't know if you have a diagnosis with ADHD or whatever, but it's all over the place at this point.
Okay,
And then the flat
that's fair.
blackness is just crazy to me. It's we, and then you start talking about, oh no, I mean, us Caribbeans, we're not allowed in the radio, and we couldn't pay for a ticket. We couldn't pay for it.
Okay.
And then when I'm asking you to elaborate, or can we get to where we were getting, because you were talking about Kodak Black. Now we're on the summer jam, and we've made it to Cuba. Then we island hopped from Cuba right on over to Haiti, and from Haiti to the Dominican Republic. Now we're back on the mainland. So it's just all over the place for me.
I got you. And you know
All
what?
right.
The amazing part about all this, when you guys were doing the conversation earlier, that's exactly what it sounds like. But hey,
Oh,
we're not
there we
ready for
go.
those
But you
conversations.
came up
Oh, so
here.
we
But
sound
We're
you're
all
not
over
ready
the
for
here.
those
place.
But
conversations.
you're here, and you
It's
just
all
said, "Oh,
good.
I
Just
But
agree.
but just let him
I
all
land his
good.
plane
agree."
so he could go.
You know,
To the
Let him
Teva
land
brother,
his
just
I'm
land your
losing
plane,
plane.
brother.
brain cells, so I'm gonna sit in the intellectual table. Yeah.
And to be honest, this is what Teva's do. And I'm not even saying that to disrespect their brother, but anytime we allow them in our discussions, their goal is to derail us. And really, I just wanted to say one sentence. 2026, I recommend, and this is with all due respect, you don't have to do it, but I recommend you do it. Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, buy real estate in the countries that immigrants come to the U.S. from. They have power in our country. Go get power in their country. get government jobs, get citizenship, start businesses, etc. Everything that they're doing in the U.S., do it in their country. That's at least why I respect the passport brothers. Really.
Okay. I don't really know many passport brothers that's doing that, but if they are doing that, I support that. I would definitely promote more of that. But many of them just be going over there and like, here, look at this spicy Latina I got. Here, look at this chick in Thailand I got. So they just showing off chicks that they can smash because a lot of them niggas had no game here. You feel me? I'm all about building. You feel me? Especially here and globally. But if those cats are building, they don't show a lot of building. All they show is that here they kind of skirt chasing, which a lot of making them a lot of them niggas look like simps. But I concur with that sentiment. I just would love to see more of that if you said the passport pros is doing that. I haven't been seeing that.
And exactly, let's not get stuck on the
Expensive.
passport brothers movement. If you don't see them building, just you be the one to build. Really.
Huh?
Well, I'm speaking English, sis. Respectfully. Everything I'm saying is coherent. What I'm saying is, just as immigrants are in your country, you're only 3% of your state's population in California, right? Go buy real estate in the countries that immigrants came to your state from. It's a very simple concept. Don't get mad, get even. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm with that. We're closer to like 7 to 8% of the total California population, but in SoCal, yeah, it's probably like three to
Exactly.
four percent. Yeah.
That's my
So I
point.
mean, yeah, I mean,
We open the door, and I'm talking over you. I apologize. Go
no,
ahead,
you
bro.
good.
What
Sincere
I'm
said, who
saying
was
is
that? I think, what's your name again, bro?
pan mulattoism.
Pamelottoism. So that's who that is, Sincere. So yeah, go ahead. You got it, bro.
Yes, and as I'm talking to you all, I'm literally in Puerto Rico. I own real estate in Puerto Rico. I also, when I say this, I'm not saying this to stun on nobody. I own real estate in different Latin American nations. That's my point. Back in 2019, full disclosure, I'm from Maryland. I'm from Columbia, Maryland, zip code 21045. A former slave plantation. I started noticing that the demographic shift in my neighborhood was becoming, it was shifting from majority Black American to Hispanics, Pakistanis, Indians, Asians, etc. And I realized, all right, I could be pissed off that the majority of the businesses is owned by foreigners and the majority of the new home sales is going to foreigners, or I could go buy real estate in the nations that they come from. Really, so I stopped being angry, to be honest with you. And 2026, see, I haven't been really promoting it as much. I promoted it a little bit, Black Americans buying real estate in foreign nations, but now it's a matter of geopolitics. That's one thing that I think we as Black Americans fail to understand. The immigrants, we call them tethers, but they came to our country to take over. They are unapologetic about it. Once they become the majority in our communities, they start offering languages in the schools from their native country. The cafeteria meals that our kids will be subjected to will be Mexican meals and Indian meals, etc. When you call the PTA meetings or you call up to the school board, they have languages. They have the literature in different languages. I realized, hold on, this is an actual conquest that we are experiencing. It's on us to go conquest these foreign nations as well. Really, seriously, man. Or in other words, tether yourselves to the nations that tethers come from. That's the best way I could put it.
I got you. So it looks like I think Lotus had to drop down. But hold on, let me see. Big Rig, you still there?
Yep, I'm still here. I
Okay,
never
cool.
heard that before, but I kind of like that though, bro. I ain't even gonna bullshit you. I kind of like that. You know what I'm saying? Go to their area, you know what I'm saying, and open up some businesses and do the same shit that they doing out here. I mean, I'm not mad at that, man.
Yes, sir. And with Trump and a lot of us, even me, we are celebrating the mass deportations, even though most of the immigrants have not been deported, and we are lacking the
Correct.
force. We're lacking the
Reserve.
force. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. And then we're lacking the foresight to realize all it takes is for another Democrat president to get in there and do undo all of this and reopen the borders and flood us with 50 more illegal aliens. So,
But let me ask you this though, Pan.
yes, sir. Yes,
Like
sir.
like how you said to do that, right? I mean, wouldn't you think it would be kind of hard to do something like that in another area like that? Because I mean, if the people there are having a hard time doing it, don't you think there would be even more, you know what I'm saying, on us to try to do the shit? You know, somebody not even coming from their soil?
No, actually, I think it'll be easier for us because we're coming with the U.S. dollar. Really.
Mm.
Seriously, that's a powerful weapon. That U.S.
Mm.
dollar is a powerful weapon for the most part anywhere you go. So, in my experience, it's been easier for me. I mean,
Mm.
really, and that's the thing. When immigrants come to the U.S., what they say is, "Well, we live better than you in your own country." But when we as Black Americans, I'm a mulatto, of course, I'm a mulatto American. When we go to foreign nations, we have a higher standard of living than the majority of the native population there. So
Mm.
really, I mean, it was just common sense to me. I
Mm.
was taking cruises and taking little trips throughout the Caribbean and Latin America, and I'm like, hold on, this is how much the real estate is worth. You feel? And I don't want to get into particulars of that and act like I'm an expert on that, but all I'm
Right,
saying
right,
is,
right, right,
if I could take my U.S. dollar down here and live better than I was living in the U.S., and I was living quite all right in the U.S.
right.
I mean, it was common sense to me to just come down here, live at the beach, live with the palm trees, live with beautiful women. I mean, and I'm not
So
even.
you've heard of that term then, passport brothers. Do you consider yourself one?
Well, I'm a married man, so I mean, it's
Oh,
hard for
okay,
me
okay,
to, you know.
okay. That's what's
You
up.
Yeah, I'm a
you
married
a
man, but
you a passport hubby?
I'm definitely a brother with a passport, though. I'll put
Yeah,
it
for
that
sure. Okay, okay.
way. Oh shit! Look, listen, and I got a phone call coming in. If you live in maybe 30 minutes, I'll be back. But thanks for
Hey,
having
I
me up.
appreciate you, man.
It was
For
a
real, for
pleasure
real.
speaking to y'all. Much love.
Yeah,
Right
Peace.
on.
pleasure. Thanks for dropping that. Yeah, I'm gonna probably shut it down before then, but salute to bro. And I mean, I agree. I mean, you know, our influence is global, right? So we should have,
Yeah, he
you
broke
know,
that down kind of cool, bro. Shit. Hey, fuck.
you know, what we say, the earth is my turf. You feel me? So America
Right.
is my homeland, but the earth is my turf. So
Yep.
I'm all for, yeah, people should be traveling more. You know, you should have your passport, but like travel and be about your business, right?
Right.
Don't go like you seen Wiz Khalifa. I think he got like 9 months in Romania.
Ooh, well, he dodging that bullet right now. You feel me? But yeah, hell yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So when you do try to ingratiate yourself with the locals, so you know, you feel me,
Right.
who the upper echelon of society is, you can't be moving, you feel me? You can't go to Tijuana and try to
Come
move how
on,
you
bro.
would
You,
move
you
here
you
in
know you
Frisco.
know the laws of the street, bro. You know how to move. You gotta you implement that in every way in life, bro. You feel me? Come on, man. That's off top. Especially if you go into some other countries and all kind of shit like that, bro. Oh man,
Yeah,
and
you're yes, you kind of got to be on your best behavior. That's why
on
I was
your
talking about
best, bro.
you know, when they try to say no one's illegal on stolen land. I'm like, yeah, if you go to Venezuela and try to say that, bro, they ain't gonna get no fucks
Man, you
about
gonna
what
get
you
a
talking
wake up call.
about. But however, I do think that people, you know, do need to be more traveled and more cultured and stuff. But for me, this is my homeland here, so I'm as much as I will be willing to build somewhere else, it's gonna be in addition to building here. You know what I mean?
Right,
Because
right,
there's a reason why, you know, the people from what they call third world countries are there's a reason
right.
why they want to come here.
Absolutely, B.
You know, because there's a lot of places where you know, right now, even if you want to be like, man, fuck America, you know what I mean? I'm not on that type time because it's my homeland. But you
Right.
can say that. You can make a page. I mean, you can make a content every day and say fuck America. If you go over to Saudi Arabia and say, you know what I mean? You go over to Mexico and say fuck the Mexican government. You think some cartel people ain't gonna, come tap you on the shoulder?
Man, you might get more than a tap.
So you might not have a shoulder. And what I'm saying is, it's like as much as people try to shit on it, like, man, why y'all want to stay in this land and all this other type of stuff? It's all relative to what place are you comparing it to, right? And then
You're absolutely right.
They'll try to compare it to a resort, right? Oh, I'm living in Jamaica. Like, yeah, you living on a Jamaican resort, but if you set foot off that resort, it's a jungle out there. You ain't talking about that. You feel me? But
Stan in the chat going crazy.
Meanwhile, out here, we can navigate. We can navigate the jungle. We can navigate the garden. You see what I'm saying? We got various options to move and do, you know what I mean, in these other places. If you haven't built the infrastructure and mingled with the locals and established a rapport and camaraderie, you're going to be kind of like a sitting duck over there. You feel me? And you ain't going to have no backup. You feel me? So it's like, I agree with the bro was saying. I think it has to be done in a more cohesive and a collective way. So that way, Big Rig ain't just kind of in Mexico by himself. You know what I mean?
Right.
You someone to tap into in case, because they had Gene Hackman. I don't know if you know who that is. He's like a super prominent actor. Him and his wife was just randomly found dead in Mexico. You feel me?
When?
This was like 2 months ago.
Gene Hackman's gone?
Yeah.
I'm out of pocket, bro. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, like they were found dead in their like Mexican home or something like that. And I'm not saying this is gonna happen. I'm just saying, like, if you don't have anyone to
Gene Hackman, dog?
Yeah.
So he came up short just like old boy from All in the Family, bro?
Yeah.
When I was talking about how his son killed, that's the last thing I knew about. I didn't know about Gene Hackman, bro. He's very popular.
Yeah, he was a legend, bro.
Wow. I'm gonna have to look into that, B.
Yeah. So he actually died. They say it was of heart disease. It was him and his wife. They were just found dead in their house in New Mexico. And this was February 2025.
Wow.
Yep.
Gene Hackman, huh?
Yeah.
That's crazy, boy. I didn't see nothing on that. Sincere going crazy over old boy's name right now in chat, though. She just can't believe it, bro.
Have you seen A Few Good Man? He was the one saying,
yeah, I know who Gene Hackman is. That's why it's fucking me up, because I did not know that, bro. That's crazy. I didn't hear nothing on no news, no nothing, bro. That's crazy.
Oh, and my bad. I didn't know that Lotus Ty was back there. So you got the
You had Lotus in the back the whole time, bro. Come on, bro.
Hey, I'm on mute. You got it, Lotus.
Hey, yeah, you got to time yourself out, bro.
My bizad.
Shout out to Lotus, man. Go ahead, Lotus. I'm on mute, man. Go on and cook. Oh shit, she's still on mute. But yeah, B, Stan was up in the chat going crazy too, man. Stan, he said, fuck around and go to one of them other countries and set up shop, bro, and have a gang of Kodak Black kids, bro.
Hey, yeah, no, I hear you. And Lotus, if you there, let us know something, because we about to shut it down. But I definitely want to do another extensive panel with Lotus and where we speak on this, and Stan, when you don't got time, you can come up so you can kind of lay your case out. But
Stan, just don't come up and get cooked. That's all, bro.
She said she's trying to unmute. Like, hold on. See if you can unmute now. Oh, and look, we've been joined by an illustrious
Stands in the
guest.
back.
Are my eyes deceiving me?
Oh shit! Not
that's
Sincere.
I thought I had cataracts. I was like, is that her?
What the fuck?
Ah,
hey, Sincere worth about 100 in chat. So you know what I mean. Shout out to the whatever we got in chat right now times 100.
I'm
Yeah,
trying to
shout out
understand
to
that man's name.
Hey,
Pan
that name fucking sincere up, boy.
mulattoism.
you know what?
And
I
she
didn't
broke down
really
a definition in the chat too, though. She going crazy.
and I didn't really get into it because there was somebody else that I was talking to, and I brought up the term mulatto, and some people that's considered offensive, like that's like a slur or a derogatory term in some people's mind to call them mulatto, just like some people like don't call me a Negro or something like. So I did want to confirm like what do you mean by mulatto? You know what I mean? Because some people have like a real mixed ancestry. So I'm always fascinated because that term is kind of considered archaic. It came around with the whole one drop and the octoroon and quadroon and stuff. So I if I really wanted to get into it, what's the difference
It's kind
between
of
a
like calling
mulatto?
you a donkey, like a mixed breed, a mule.
Yeah, that's what it is, a mule and a
Mm-hmm.
ass.
Mm-hmm. I
Yeah,
don't know.
so but see that's the thing. Some people they don't want to be called mixed or biracial, but mulatto is cool. Or for some people, mulatto is not cool, but mixed is cool. You see what
I
I'm
don't know.
saying?
Like the biracial people have a whole movement going on right now. They want to be separated. Because they can't find like the worlds, right? The black world and the white world, the balance of it. They have the hard time balancing it, and they feel like they are their own distinct people, their own distinct culture, and so they want to be separated. They have a whole movement on
You
YouTube.
got I'm sorry, sincere. You got two notices up, be easy. You might want to drop one of them. Probably the one on the top right.
One of them needs to talk though. Hi, Lotus. How are you?
Hey, what's up, Lotus? You here?
I think she's having a hard time connecting, and that's why she's.
No,
There she go.
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay. Okay,
Good
cool.
morning.
Hi.
Hi. So,
And and and,
yeah,
sh-
I just
and
came up here for a second just to say, first of all, I understand that guy's name. And I think secondly, he was trying to say that, okay, so like if you come from a black culture, not a American black culture, right? Say Haitian or Nigerian or whatever. And if at any time you have mixed with another race, which more than likely will be a black American, right? Sometimes they go outside of that circle as well, but they're not considered pure anymore, pure to their race. So a Haitian person can get with a foundational black American, however you want to phrase it, an indigenous black American, and what have you. Um, and it always comes down to tribalism because it's like these are tribalistic ways of thinking, right? But once you do that, you are no longer pure Haitian or pure whatever. You are now a mulatto or a mixed breed. You're not pure anymore.
and that's kind of what people are saying, like, and it's
Mm-hmm.
ultimately up to the self identification and then obviously the acceptance of the collective. We accept anybody. Like I said, unfortunately, we subscribe to the one drop rule. But like I said, that there's a box, right? Think of it in terms of like a basketball team. If there's a box and it says the Lakers, the Warriors, and the Celtics, and you check the Lakers box and you say, but I'm on the Celtics too. It's like, huh? You check the Lakers box. So this is what people do with the whole mix thing. There's a box that says two or more races. That
Mm-hmm.
means you're mixed. But instead they'll check the black box or they'll check some other box, but then around you they'll say they're mixed. So you're saying that you're a different box. That's fine that that you're identifying as other, but this is where the whole tethering comes in because it's like then you start trying to speak for the lineage and what we need to do. And y'all, like, who is we? You speak for the mixed people. Y'all go have a mixed kumbaya and powwow. You know what I mean? FBAs, they're having a separate discussion. Could we come together later and meet at the cookout and, you know, roast some marshmallows or something like that? Yeah, yeah, possibly. but we ain't doing it under the guise that we're all one big global Negro. Always say a leopard and a leopard looks like a jaguar. They're not the same cat. You
No.
know what I'm saying? So it's like that's all it is, and we have to understand. And people try to play these games because I know some people where they'll be like, half Hispanic, or they'll be like, I'm a quarter Hispanic, I'm a little bit of black, a little bit of this. They get around the whites, they say they're mixed. They come to the cookout, I'm blackety black. And then they go to school and it's like, damn, how many different identities do you have? One day you Hispanic, another day you black, another day you mixed, and all we're saying is we're just drawing a line in the sand. Whatever box you check, that's what you are. You know what I mean? And many people are checking white and other and all that stuff, and that's fine. But then they start acting confused as white people see them. They'll be talking about the black community doesn't accept me. Why the hell would they accept you? Right? You're saying you're mixed. You're saying that you're other. I say black people have black conversations, mixed people have mixed conversations. If you have black, half of your time you should be talking to your other half, whether it's white, Hispanic, but instead they'll spend 100% of the time talking to black people. But it's like you're not telling your other side what they need to do. Mixed people will try to tell black people what they need to do, but you're half white and you ain't telling white people what they need to do. So people is just tired of that, bro. But Stan, you had something to add?
Oh yeah, I just want you to know that there are African Americans that are stationed in other countries, and they have built a community there for other Americans to move in, African Americans to move in. Don't forget, you have that resource, O'Shea Du Jackson in Africa. And I'll find you the other ones so you guys can interview them. Because they're open to talk about it, how they build communities outside of America.
African Americans?
Yes, or FBAs.
Hmm.
But I'll send it to your inbox, B-Eazy and Big Rigs. I'm still at work.
I mean, he's
All
not
right.
telling the story. There has been um a repatriate. What is a
Repatriation.
repatriation? Can't say
Mhm.
it right now. Can't get it out. But there's been a lot of people,
And I know
African
Oprah
Americans,
Jackson.
that have went over to the motherland, if you will, and different other places. They have been invited to do so, and they're going over there to, give it a try, to give it a go. Is it the majority? No, but they are doing it, and they're getting dual citizenship. And right now, I think Ludacris. Where's Ludacris? He's in.
Ghana.
Yeah, Ludacris is in Ghana. Yeah, so it is happening. I mean, I don't know if that is like the global solution. For everybody to go back to Africa, because that's
It
basically
definitely ain't.
what is being said. Go back to Africa.
I'm from
Um,
Prince Mafia.
yeah. So you were like, I mean, I'm not from Africa, but I was
Me
speaking
either.
earlier.
Big,
But
Big
earlier, what I
Rig, Big
huh?
Rig might want to repatriate. Big Rig, you thinking about going back to the motherland?
But how do you
Be
Nah,
repatriate
dog.
back?
when
I,
you've
I
never
never
been there?
and exactly. Like
It, it,
there's nothing that made me even think about wanting to go. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, why?
Would I
What is?
like to see some shit out there? Of course, but to act like what I'm saying, I'm from there and that's where I come from. I don't believe that. B.
And wouldn't it even be considered repatriation? Like,
Yeah,
wouldn't it just be because, like, you weren't there in the first place? Maybe
yeah.
your
That
ancestors.
would be immigration, and
Yeah,
this the whole repatriation is to try to make you an immigrant to say that you're not from this land, so you need to
exactly.
repatriate back to your
yeah.
home. But that's
I,
not my homeland.
it
They're
doesn't
not
make
talking
any
to the
sense.
Black Americans. They're talking to those African Americans, the return of someone to their own country. I can't return to a country that I've never been to. I can't return to a country that I've never been a part of. I can't return to a country where my DNA doesn't even lead to that country. So that's their motherland. I guess they're talking to the African Americans because they're damn sure not talking to me.
Yeah, they ain't talking to me. They talking to Akon and Cynthia Erivo and Idris Elba. Like that's who you know.
Right.
Damps in the Drees, like that's who y'all talking to. People that have, and this is just so pathetic that it keeps pissing me off. If you go over there in Africa, they see you as American. But once you're in America, they want you to see yourself as African. Does that shit make any sense to you?
It
And
makes
then
no
like,
sense at all, dog. And that's what what you just said is exactly facts, bro.
and then I was kind of thinking about the tethers or quote unquote tethers, right? Um,
Yeah.
I think the problem that lies between them and find that foundational Black Americans is the fact that they actually want to be included with foundational Black Americans. Like, but then also they want to dictate policy to the situation, you know? Well, I'm Black like you, but no, no, no. I think it's like when you reject a child or something. They're coming with all these different reasons to be in your face and saying all the most absurd things. But they feel rejected. I think it's a rejection going on. And then what it stems from initially is there was an acceptance at one point in time, correct? Because if we go into like the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, let's even take it from the 30s, when there were Black people from the Caribbeans coming over to the Americas, right? They were amongst us, and we were all Black. Whether we were a Haitian Black or African Black or Blackity Black, we were all Black people. Different cultures, true enough, but we were in one setting. And that's kind of like how Pan Africanism kind of built on itself, because there was a time, especially like in the 60s, where Pan Africanism was very, very strong. You know, know about the motherland and know about the Caribbeans and,
Where
huh?
was it wrong at? And this is the irony, and this shows you how much
Mm,
failure is in Pan Africanism, because you would think the most prominent and prolific Pan African is on the continent of Africa, but they're not. The most prolific, prominent Pan Africans are where? In America. Does that
mm-hmm,
make any sense to you? Right? Even Umar, he calls himself the Prince of Pan Africanism, but he doesn't want to live in any African country. He'll go get some citizenship and then bring his ass right back to America. You're the prince. Imagine me saying I'm the Prince of Oakland. Hey, where you at, man? I'm in Philadelphia. Huh?
well, what
I
I'm
thought you was
saying,
the Prince of
I
Oakland,
think
nigga.
what I'm trying to say is that there was a time, because Black Americans have always been very inclusive, right? But a lot of times we were forced to be inclusive. We didn't have any other choice. If we look at the history of our history of our communities have always been other nations of Black people and Latinos, because they weren't letting the Latinos over there with the white people either.
But what do they
And
have in common?
the fact that they weren't white,
Right,
and that
they're all immigrants.
they all had
And
to live in Black communities.
right, they dump them in Black communities. So you're right. There's most definitely, they've been forced upon us. So this is that homogenization that we were talking about earlier. And then this homogenization that technically goes back, it all, when you think about it, it all goes back to this act. And so the government has homogenized everyone. And so, um, you know, because we're from here and our ancestors are from here, our mothers, our grandfathers, so on and so forth. And this is a thing that has been happening. This isn't new. This hasn't been new for the last 100 years, the last 200 years. This is what they have been doing historically for hundreds of years. This act, it was already going on. This is in 1740. This is pre Walter Plecker. So this stuff has been going on, and it's been this cycle. And they're used to us, like you said, we've been having to forcefully be accepting, because they're gonna dump them where? In the Black neighborhoods. But today it's like, no, we're putting a stop to this, because every time that you guys dump them here, we're forced to the back of the hiring lines. We're forced to the back of everything. So we've already, you hear people say, well, we're becoming a permanent underclass. This has been going on for hundreds of years. It's not new. So we've become the permanent underclass. And now we're like, you know what? We're stopping this. Because not only do we influence culture globally, there's a lot of things that we can do. And then we have the most money. And I don't want to say out of the diaspora because I didn't consent to that. It was forced upon us. So,
I'm
I
so sick of
mean,
that word.
I
Yeah, diaspora.
right. It just needs to die at this point because did your last time I checked, I didn't sign up to be a part of nobody's diaspora, or however you say it. I didn't
Yeah,
sign
well,
up
you know
for
what?
it.
They tried to force us. They tried to force that on us too. They have like this African Union thing where they said you guys are going to be like the seventh extinction of the African Union. It's like we didn't sign up for that, and the fact that they did that wasn't to help us. That's to make us immigrants. And Joe Biden did this too. He gave an apology, I think, to Kenya or some place for slavery and sent them like 55 billion. You see what I'm saying? So they won't give us anything here or reparations, but they want us to say, look, if y'all want your reparations, we'll give it to some African nation you don't know nothing about, and then let those corrupt leaders squander the money and then say, see, you know, you niggas just ain't good with the money. It's like, no, put it in my pocket like you did the Japanese people. Don't give it to some corrupt Somali or Nigerian governing body and say, hey, look, we all good here now, right?
Right. And this just goes back to say what we were talking about earlier. Like, I can slap somebody in the face with this information, but they won't these people won't be receiving of it. As stated before, the race of slave Indians, or Indians not in enmity to this government, is extinct. They've killed us. We were already gone, and before Walter Plecker decided to sign his pen into, whatever he wrote on that paper into legislation, and it became national, we were already extinct. So, by virtue of any name that we call ourselves, or excuse me, that they call us, is already extinct. Unless what? Unless we petition the courts. This is written. It's telling us what we need to do. This is written. You petition the court to tell them, hey, this is what I am. And then it'll be recognized. But it's
But
just
this is why they
crazy how
keep
this
pushing that
happens.
whole, and this is why they keep pushing, they keep putting, because we come from a lineage and our culture is to respect our elders. But this is why I tell people to shift the focus and recognizing someone who an elder is bestowing wisdom. An older is just somebody that's older than you. Just because they're older doesn't mean that they know more than you or they have anything to teach you. So sometimes they'll prop these elders in front of you who is pushing this failed pan scam Africanism to so that you're in the mindset of not wanting to petition and stand on anything here. That's why people are saying,
Right.
look, don't give me that red, black, and green flag. Like, give me the American color flags. And now they trying to shame you. Oh man, y'all want to fight for that flag and blah blah blah. I'm like, you're trying to immigrate to the country that you crapping on. You feel me? Like there was a foundational Black American. I believe her name was Grace Swisher. She had a hand in sewing the original flag. But they want you to not be proud of that. Be proud of a Nigerian flag. Be proud of a Senegalese flag. Like, I don't know shit about the Congo or Sudan or anything like that. I'm not
Hmm.
representing those flags. But your family, our family members fought, bled, and died in every war here. But they want you to feel ashamed about flying the American flag. Then they come over here and fly a flag for a country they don't even want to go back to, and then they'll try to tell you that you don't know who you are. You fly an American flag, you don't know who you are. As what are we talking about here, bruh? I mean, how many of us have military veterans in our family having limbs amputated, denied loans and benefits here? And it's like, yeah, man, forget about all that, man. Go worry about help Akon build a city in Senegal. Like, no, man, I ain't doing that shit. They be complaining about all our cities here. What about Chicago? What about Oakland? You know how we can fix Oakland? By sending money to Angola. Like, that shit don't make no sense. No, man. We're tired of this Pan Africanism. We need to focus on here, right? They say all the metrics. You guys are at the bottom. Okay, fine. If we're at the bottom, I mean, that's not a ringing endorsement for Pan Africanism. How am I going to be looking to a distant land in Africa if y'all saying we got all these issues here, right? All those kids out of wedlock and black on black crime. Okay, cool. You know what? I need to be focused on black crime here. I can't focus on Sudan. I can't be focused on Haiti or any other place. Like, sorry, right? Because those places that they ain't focused on us. So I mean, it just kind of is what it is. And we should have been on this a long time ago because every other group was on it. That's why they come over here and want to have ethnic enclaves, right? They don't come over here and say, let's build an African American town. No, they want a little Cuba, a little Haiti, a Spanish Harlem, a little Korea, a Chinatown. But I thought we were all people of color. Where's the people of color town? Where's the African American town? So since y'all don't want that, that's fine. So we want our own town too, where y'all ain't infringing upon our stuff. It's fine, you know. So people will act like segregation is such a bad thing, but like people are living in times that are more segregated than Jim Crow.
I agree. And that's
And
basically what
notice
happened.
you notice in LA, like especially the Boyle Heights area, they dumped a bunch of illegal Mexicans over there. They firebombed the black people out. They did this shit on Mother's Day and was spraying NK nigga killer all over there. There's no
They
story
still
that you can
write.
point to.
They still
What
write
was
that.
that?
You still see that today.
You see what I'm saying? Like, and then they be talking about black and brown, black and brown. The majority of them don't even consider themselves brown. You know what I mean? So it's like we got to worry about our own stuff. You know, that they'll try to say Latinos help create hip hop, but then if that was the case, why y'all ain't trying to help put us in positions of power, right? They trying to take over. So kind of like, you know, the bro was saying earlier, like when these people come over, they be all meek and humble, like, hey man, you know, you guys want some tamales and stuff, and they get their numbers up, and then they start calling you a mayate, a nigga, a
Right.
chongo and stuff. But we ain't like that. You know what I mean? And it's kind of like a damned if you do thing. Like we invite everybody over because we're such 11 people, and then when you let them come over there, then they be seeing like y'all just weak, y'all shouldn't have done this, right? They spray NK and it's just like, oh well what did the blacks do? And then when you respond back to them, it turns into like you have a violent culture, but you just responded to the hatred that you received from them. Like we're the least hateful group, but we get the most hate. So you know, I wish that we would, you know, dole out some more of that vitriol. I don't
So,
even think it
so be
needs to be
easy.
hate.
I wanted to ask you this, like,
Uh-huh.
Wait, real quick, since you're real quick. Because I just fucked around and knocked the fuck out just a minute ago. So I'm finna drop, bro. I appreciate y'all. This was a dope conversation. B, I wanted to tell you and Sincere, man, y'all was dope the other night. Was that last night? Y'all was dope
oh,
last night,
yeah.
man. Y'all was rocking the fuck out. But I appreciate y'all. Happy New Year. Shit, man. I'll see y'all tomorrow for sure, for sure.
Oh
Okay. Good
yeah. I
morning.
gotta
See you
link up
tomorrow.
with you, Big Rig, and then we'll have a deeper discussion. And then when we start talking about indigenous Aboriginal, I'll make sure that Lotus is there. And Stan, you can come in there too, and you know, talk your
For sure.
Caribbean,
Appreciate y'all. Y'all be good.
chat. All right, peace,
Right.
man. Get some
Good
rest, brother.
morning. Okay, so I just want to say real quick, what do you think about if we never integrated into the school systems, into white society in any kind of way? What do you think would how we would be today if we never entertained integration at all?
Well, shout out to Big O from coming through, and I say we would be better off.
Big O's here. Hey, Big O.
Yeah, that's what that was random. So shout out to Big O. But I would say that we would have been better off. You know, this is another quote that they don't like to bring up that MLK said. He said, with integration, he felt like he, you know, led his people into a burning building because he thought, you know, MLK was part of the Boule, but you know, he was on code and he thought what he was doing, you know, what was right. And once he seen that, oh hell no, they really trying to, you know, get us to fall for the okey doke. And he switched paths, and then, you know, suddenly he got assassinated after that. But yes, I'm with the whole separate but equal thing. In if it's in actually in the practical pragmatic sense, right? They said separate but equal on paper, but they did everything to make it unequal, redlining, denial of loans, and all this other type of stuff. But when we did have it truly separate, they thought it was because we were going to fail. And when we proved that we weren't failing, then they came, then it was the Coe, Florida, Wilmington, North Carolina, Tulsa, you know, the burning of Black Wall Street. People don't talk about they burned down Black Wall Street, but then they built Black Wall Street up again. And then, of course, it got sabotaged again. So integration, if we were left to our own vices, we would be fine. It's just as soon as we build something thriving, they come and attack. So mind you, right, when there's dilapidated buildings, crime infested areas, those areas don't get raided and don't get burnt down. But when you have families and businesses and, you know, people that are able to pass on generational wealth, that gets passed down. So that's why like a creator I listened to, he said, man, America has the Black people that they deserve. They did everything on every turn to destabilize us, disenfranchise us. So, like, what type of people are you expecting to come out? It's almost like you chain a dog up in junkyard dog conditions, and then you like, this dog should be acting just the way Lassie acts. This ain't no fucking Lassie dog. You got him on a chain, malnourished and all this shit. Like, how do you think this dog is gonna act? So yeah, you know, you putting people in projects, depriving them of resources. Like, how do you think people gonna act? And not all of us live in the jacks and all this shit, but I'm talking about the segment of the population that they demonize. But overall, for integration, it would be better for, because we're already segregated now. You see what I'm saying? So they try to play these games where on paper, no, we shouldn't be segregated. But then they have redlining and NIMBYs, which means not in my backyard. So we gonna be already segregated. Let's just stop playing these games. Let's truly be separate but equal. Because we're already segregated. Mexican, like Latinos are segregated. Mexicans ain't living next to Puerto Ricans like that. You know, Puerto Ricans don't want to live next to Venezuelans like that. But us, we supposed to live next to everybody, let anybody set up shop, right? Here, you got to let the Asian person set up shop, even though they won't let you do it in their neighborhood. So we need to have a healthy level of discrimination, just like these other people do. They say discrimination is bad while they discriminate against you. Yeah, we need to be discriminating more. And, you know, I'm all for the
Do you
segregation.
think if we never integrated that that would apply to other nations of Black people as well?
Well, the other nations of Black people, they see, we were, and I was talking to somebody about this, we were enslaved, but in many of us got buck broken, either physically or also psychological. But I think that's a difference between the colonized mindset, right? Many of us have the buck breaking trauma, but
Mm-hmm.
that's different from the colonized mindset on the continent. See, we've been the minority here, so that's why we accepted the flat blackness, and we're all just one big global Negro as a survival mechanism, you know, to enrich, empower, and advance ourselves. Now, back in these other nations where they are the majority, right? A lot of that is about their colonized mindset, where they think the white ice is colder and stuff. That's why, many parts of Africa as a graveyard because the leaders ain't there. If they need to get a major healthcare procedure, they're leaving Africa. They want to get a wife, they're probably leaving Africa. And then they try to come back to either wag their fingers or come in some dashiki and African garb like they're the Princess Amunda, and then they leave right back. Look at the bitch ass president in Nigeria. He bent over, spread his cheeks for Trump and said, "Here, come over here and bomb my country." And then he fled over to Europe or something like that. So yeah, like a lot of these people, that's a colonized mindset where you think that the white ice is colder, you know, whatever white zaddy do, you know, that will lead us to victory. And then if they're around a bunch of black people that's beating them over the head, and then you got one blonde hair, blue eyed chick, and she comes and brings you some Red Cross rice. I mean,
Well, I
you
was just
know,
wondering, like, if we never integrate it, right? And I'm just talking about FBAs or however you want to deem it, right? And we had our own, carved out area. And if other black people came over, immigrated here or whatever the case may be, would we have, would we say, hey, come live with us? Or would we say, no, stay away? And then they would have their own areas.
I think in our nature, we would say come stay with us because that's just our nature, to be loving, to be invited. And part of us being loving, we kind of also want to be liked and accepted. So
Mhm.
part of us is like we accept any and everyone, you know, much to my chagrin, but also we want to be accepted as well because there's a lot of negative narratives about there, you know, whether it's, you know, baby mama culture, black on black crime, all y'all do is you know, all the negative stuff, right? So some people, they try to distance themselves from that and try to prove the stereotypes to be wrong. Like, you know, I'm not an angry black guy. Look how nice I can be. I'm not woke and I'm not a victim. So, you know, so what if you call me a nigga? You know what I mean? Like, we try to find ways for people to accept us, and then they turn around and still give us their ass to kiss. So I think we still would do it. Whether that will be the right decision or not, will be
Well, I think it's
that's
the
up for debate.
conditions, right? The conditions and then the time period. So whatever the conditions of the time period. So say we were doing this in the 30s, the 1930s, right? We never integrated or whatever, and we have our own black ecosystem, our own lands, our own space, right? Carved out for ourselves. And then some black people come from different nations, other nations, right? Say from Africa or the Caribbeans or wherever. And then they come into the Americas and they start suffering the things that we suffered. So they're going to want to escape that suffering. Where would they go? Where do you think they would run to?
They would have had to create their own communities. Just as you said earlier, you mentioned that they were forced upon us. These people were thrown into our neighborhoods. Why? Because at that point, that was post integration. So if we're going to talk about a situation to where we are pre-integration at that point, and we had our own lands, if we're talking about, something like, in Tulsa, they wouldn't have been thrown into our neighborhoods, because the people that would have possibly been coming over would have had to be self-sufficient, because now we're talking about a time pre civil rights as well. So that didn't exist for them to even have a way for them to come here. So to be quite honest, if we are thinking about, I don't think they would have been here because they're not self-sufficient. There wouldn't have been any laws and legislation in place for them to be here.
So let's say like we were in the 50s or 60s, right? And we're segregated. We're not integrated. And there were some Haitians and some Africans coming from whatever various countries in Africa, and they came over to the Americas for whatever reason. They found their way over here, And but we are the foundational Black Americans. We are segregated, and we have our own lands. We don't mix or mingle, right? We do our own thing. And so, do you think those other nations or cultures of Black people who found their way over into the Americas, North America, um, to be specific, United States of America, um, do you think they would have suffered any kind of racism or anything like that?
They would have sent them back home. They don't
Okay.
want the Aboriginals here. So why would they allow those people to come into, their shores?
I don't know, because
You know?
I'm trying to understand why they actually were around. Why a Malcolm X was hanging around with a Haitian Dan? How did that happen? How did it happen that they were actually people from other places that weren't foundational Black Americans? Like, why were they? How did they get here? Why were they there?
I'm just going to assume that they were self-sufficient. I don't think they were coming over here on
They were
welfare.
self-sufficient, selling drugs.
By whatever means that brought them their self-sufficiency. Okay, I mean, we're working off of a if-then scenario.
No, we're not really, in truth. Not in truth. Because if we look at the history, right, we know that there are people of other nations, Black people, right? They're not Black like the foundation of Black Americans, but they are Black people. And they weren't foundational Black Americans, or what is deemed as that. They were here.
I don't
I
know.
mean, didn't Marcus Garvey exist?
Yeah,
So I'm
we know
saying, if we were
he
segregated
existed.
as a people, that this is just a thought process, right? If you're segregated as a people, foundational Black people, right? Not from Haiti, not from any country in Africa, not from anywhere in the Caribbeans, just indigenous, if you will, or however, what a term you want to use, enslaved or whatever to these Americas. And then some other people came around for whatever reason, however they made their way to North America, the United States of America. Would they suffer? Would they have been suffering in any kind of way? Or would they make their way and create their own, lands and their own system? Or would they immediately be looking for something that kind of looks like them?
I mean, who did Marcus Garvey surround himself with? I guess that would be the question. But
Marcus
I think it's more of a
Garvey was
question
kind of
for
a hot.
Caribbeans, and I don't think that's a question to ask us. I think it's a question to ask them, and perhaps what was the state of wherever country or their homeland was in prior to them coming here. So I don't know the state of what
So
was
we were
going on
separated,
there.
right? Like if we didn't integrate it at all in any kind of way, we definitely wouldn't have any kind of interaction with any other kind of Black people. However they made their way, whatever their circumstance was, whatever, we definitely wouldn't have had any kind of interaction with them, because that is them and we are we, right? Two separate things.
I don't think it would have been as that, because realistically the numbers were so small, like that there was a racial quota. They didn't want any Black immigrants coming over here. But yeah, some of them did make their way here, but the ones did, they came, and for the most part many of them got on code with the program that we were pushing here. The other ones that weren't, they start elevating the people that will be like pushing a different agenda, like the Shirley Chisholms, the Bayard Rustins, those type of people. So yeah, we would have had people that will still, been tethering, but I think the most part of it would have just been people, they just would have had to conform to whatever we were on, which they do anyway, just because their numbers were so minuscule. Like based on the numbers I think like most African and Caribbean immigrants came after the year 2000. Many of them came, prior to, after 1965, but the bulk of them came like after 2000. You know what I mean? And it will be like the Democrats where they'll let like, okay, we're going to let 300,000 Haitians in and give them temporary protected status, or Biden let 500,000 Venezuelans in, so they weren't having these mass waves of immigration, especially for black people like that. So I think we would have been integrated, just because the one drop rule, they lumped us all together. But like the sister
I
Lotus
mean,
was
if
saying,
we were separate, right? Like we're segregated. We
uh-huh.
created our own little space and stuff. We don't have to accept them. They could have came knocking on the door, and we could have said, "Yeah, you're not black like us."
No, I know. I think in our nature, especially, I'm trying to think in the historical context. Like if we was on, what we standing on now, yeah, like I said, we would have told them to kick rocks and flip flops with no pit stops while listening to hip hop. That's what we would have told them. But back then, like I said, I'm sure we would have welcomed them in with open arms, considering that they were being adopted, integrated, and assimilated into our infrastructure. Okay, this is assuming that all of our stuff wasn't destroyed, right? So we have more jobs and things to, to integrate them into, versus them coming over, living in a black neighborhood, but they're really trying to ingratiate themselves into the dominant society. You know what I mean? So they just see us as like a extraction process versus, like an empowerment vessel.
I mean, what do you think might have caused them to seek us out?
I don't think they're seeking us out. We just have to be quite honest. When a lot of these people come, they're on the outskirts of us. If we talk about the quote unquote I'm not even gonna quote unquote the African immigrants that come into LA, they don't live in the same neighborhoods. They live
At all.
on. They
They got a
don't
whole
like.
black
They have their
Belizean.
own.
Yeah.
They have
No,
their
I'm not.
own
But I'm
neighborhoods
not
that
really
they're
talking
in.
about to date. I'm talking about
I know you're not talking
in
about
history.
today.
In history.
I'm just using that as an example. Just like a lot of when they were coming over here, the status was completely temporary.
Okay. Okay. I'm
It
just
was
trying to get understanding.
temporary.
So they never sought us out. Never at any
We don't
point in
seek them.
time
We didn't
in their
seek them out.
journeys.
I mean, it's maybe when you're speaking about outliers and the one or two or the people that, were involved in some things for whatever their reasons were. I don't think that's something that you can put all immigrants are just coming in here to seek FBA and seeking for their help. They're coming here with their own agendas and their own vision of what they want to do. But we also have to understand that a lot of them were going to the countries that colonized them. If we start talking about, the Caribbean, this is what France and all of those places. So this is where they were going. So I don't even really think it's
Well, I'm just saying
these are
the
outliers.
ones who made it, the outliers, right, are the ones who made it to America, to the United States of America, North America. They're not foundational Black Americans.
Right?
Do you or are you aware of their communities, what they established at all?
I don't think we care. We don't care today and we didn't care then.
I care because it's a part
Okay.
of history and it's a part of understanding the overall, right? Because my thing is that if you come from another nation of Black people, you find your way over here into what I call the United Plantations of America and American killing fields. You're here, and obviously your experience per us having this conversation is not the same as our experience. It must have been better for them. in some kind of way. And so I want to know what they established. And then I also want to know, then if they established something, why the hell were they seeking us out? And you say they weren't seeking us out. So if they weren't seeking us out, then they established something. What was established?
Are you asking or are you saying because you already know the answer?
No, I'm asking you.
I can't speak in the 50s. I don't know. I wasn't born. I wasn't even thought of. My mom wasn't even born.
Oh, okay.
So it's only so much I can speak on. I'm saying what I think, but you don't agree, and that's fine. But it's just my take on it. So I'm not gonna,
No, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just asking a question. Do you know B-Eazy? What was established by any chance?
When you say establish,
Like
establish meaning
what did they establish? Like those who were there, I don't care if it was 5 or 10 of them, or even 1,000 of them.
Are you meaning like a coalition or?
No, I mean there's a group of people who found their way into the United Plantations of America.
Right.
Were not
What did they
foundational.
establish? I'm asking and what and
Yeah, like did they establish their own communities? Did they suffer anything? They didn't seek us out, right? So I'm going under the pretense that they did not seek out foundational Black Americans. So therefore, they were separated from us as well. So do you know of any communities they established? Were they, fruitful in any kind of way? Were they more accepted by the white majority here in the United States of America? Not the global majority, but the majority here in the United States of America. Like, what was their experience? Do you know of any at all? Is there anything historically
perhaps we can
documented?
talk about how about I think I may kind of see where you're going with it. You mean like, let's see, the Harlem Renaissance, right? That's when a bunch of illegal they allowed a bunch of illegal um or legally, I guess, Black people from whatever countries, Caribbean or whatever, to come into the United States. So you're when you think in that sense, then yeah, you're right. They dumped them, I'm gonna assume, in Harlem with Black people. Am I wrong about that, you guys?
yeah, I mean that's how you
So I
that's
think
why
that's the
they call New
start of
York
it.
the
Yeah.
correct. And that's why you have there's people like Minister Louis Farrakhan, a Caribbean background, Stokely Carmichael, aka Kwame Ture, Trinidadian background. You see what I'm saying? But like all those people came and they got on code, at least temporarily, for what the foundationals were on. Now people may have branched
Well,
off
why
into
do you
their
think they did that though?
I think they did it. It's the same. Well, we kind of already talked about it a bit, where you mentioned, not you, but where we talked about, or where you mentioned the Great Replacement strategy, and so I want to bring this up, and I'm bringing I want to bring up the Mexicans or the Hispanics, right? For instance, let's take what's happened here in California. When they came here, and you hear this from the OGs that have been here, that predate me. Oh, they came here, it was great, it was cool, it was fine. But once they got their numbers up, what do they start doing? They start getting into legislation, local governments, and running for certain positions. Like we all heard that one, was that the ex-mayor of um,
yeah, you're talking about
in LA, I'll
Nuri
say LA
Martinez.
County. Right,
LA City
where,
Council with De Leon and
right,
Yuri Martinez. They said F them,
exactly,
they're with the blacks, and they were talking about how to destabilize us politically. Go ahead, you got it.
exactly. So I agree with you when you say that they're they're forced on us, right? We didn't ask for it. They're forced. So I think it's the same agenda. I don't think it necessarily changes because they're technically a different race of people, right? They all have this same mentality of immigration. They all have that same immigration mentality.
Or
And
here's another
so,
word. They have the mentality of domination because this is
mm,
what they're coming over here to compete and dominate. They don't have the mentality of collaboration of, hey, look, these are our fellow people of color, marginalized people. They come over here and they're looking to compete and dominate. And Pamelatoism, it looks like you came in. It seems like there was something you want to chime in. You still there?
Yeah, peace, and thanks for passing me the mic. I just want to acknowledge the sister Saida's point as far as the immigrants seeking us out, because it's the truth. They'll literally come to the U.S. and apply for United Negro College Funds scholarships, MLK scholarships, Juneteenth scholarships. They go to HBCUs. They literally open up African restaurants and Caribbean restaurants in our communities because they know that we will patronize them. So it's inaccurate to say that they are not seeking us out. Anytime you from goddamn Bangladesh, Tanzania, and you end up in Upper Marlboro, Maryland, I mean, come on, you saw this out. You ended up in Harlem, you saw this out. So I do agree in that regard. And as far as the last point that you just made, as far as, and that's actually what I was touching on earlier when I first came on the platform. Immigrants are coming to the U.S. to conquer us, to conquest our lands, to dominate our communities. That's why it's imperative, and I'm gonna say this again, I know I sound like a broken record. That's why it's imperative that we as Black Americans and mulatto Americans do everything that immigrants are doing in the U.S., do that in foreign countries, buy real estate in foreign nations, start businesses in foreign nations, seek out citizenship in foreign nations, even train your children to get jobs, government jobs, political jobs in foreign nations. Really, it's a key word, geopolitics. I cannot stress that enough. Don't get mad, get even is something I live by.
Hey, and real quick, sincere. I know you had some questions about Pam Mulatto, about his ideology or his name. Did you have a specific question while he up here?
No, I just think his name means everything mixed, or you know, everything mixed.
Pam Mulatto. Could
Well,
you
it's a
elaborate on your
particular
name?
mix.
Yeah, or the mixed, everything mixed
Yeah.
ideology, or
Yeah.
systems of mixology.
Hold on,
Let
Pam.
me just articulate it. Yeah, you don't have to speculate. I'll tell you what
Uh,
Mulattoism is.
yeah,
Pan
go ahead. You got it.
Mulattoism is the acknowledgement of the genetic relationship between all mixed race peoples that are specifically of African and European descents. Now, some of us also may have Asian and Native American admixture, such as myself,
Mm.
but the common bond is our African and European ancestry.
And I think for where you're coming from, you would say that applies to the foundational Black Americans because we have we're an admixture, right? Because of slavery and
Definitely,
different things. So mulatto would
definitely.
kind of go across the board, whether you identify that way or not, because of what we went through in these Americas.
Exactly. Now, I'll give
Hmm.
you an example. Even you yourself, and the other sister on the panel. Now, if I saw you in my mind, even if I didn't use the term, because I know a lot of us find the term to be offensive, but in my mind, you are a mulatto. The other sister that was just speaking, she is a mulatto. Now, you all may identify as Black, but genetically,
I'm
genetically,
chalked out.
the DNA don't lie.
Yeah.
Lotus, you that laugh was lightweight diabolical. Hey, I like Pam Mulattoism, even if I don't necessarily agree. So before I pass
I
it to
like it. No, I
Lotus,
respect him. I respect him.
yeah, salute to
He
bro.
said
I
he a
don't.
mulatto.
Yeah, bro. I don't even know how you found the page, but like, yeah, you a cool bruh. But so I want to ask you this because I did speak to somebody, and some people they do find the term mulatto offensive, and I'm not against the term. I mean, people find nigga offensive, but you get what I'm saying. Some people think that it's a very insulting term and a disempowering term. But when you say mulattoism, like, what's the difference between mulatto and biracial or mixed, or is there a difference?
Yes, about biracial, that could be any mix between any two races. Muchas gracias, buen día. That could be a mix between any two races. A person that's uh, of Asian descent and European descent can technically be described as a biracial. But when we say
Right.
mulatto, that's a particular mixture.
It's and you're right. It's very particular. Before you guys joined, we were talking about, or I guess I brought it up, so maybe I was talking about it. The Negro Act of 1740, and I spoke on exactly what a mulatto was in Section 5, and it says a mulatto is the issue of the white and the Negro. And then when you jump down to Section 8, that's where it starts speaking about the 1/4 and the 1/8. Um, as to being, actually, it says no specific rule as to the quantity of Negro blood which will compel a jury to find one to be a mulatto has ever been adopted. Between 1/4 and 1/8 seems fairly to be debatable ground. When the blood is reduced to or below 1/8, the jury ought always to find the party white. When the blood is 1/4 or more African, the jury must find the party a mulatto. But in this, it broke down what the African was or who the Negro was, and the Negro was the slaved African. And when I think of this, I think of that movie. Oh my gosh. You guys may know what I'm talking about. It's on the tip of my tongue. But the
With the
movie
rabbit proof Prince?
in Louisiana,
Oh, I apologize, not that one.
the one in Louisiana, where it basically gives you the history of pretty much the Creole race, if we want to say that, which were what? Mulattoes.
Correct.
And so they were saying the movie basically shows how they basically had these houses to where they'd bring, maybe these beautiful women in. Some would be more fair skinned than others, but I guess you can say, I mean, since you want to use me as an example for a mulatto,
Hey, you
um,
gonna have to change your name, Mulatto Ty.
Mulatto
Mulatto
Ty.
Ty.
It's a beautiful name.
Choctaw
Hey,
now. But
Mulotus.
not Mulotus. It's giving Mulan now. It's giving Mulan. We might need to go ahead and add that on there with that partly Asian admixture. But it's getting crazy. But
Yeah,
where they had
bro
the
just called y'all
houses.
mulatto and dropped. It's like to the two mulatto ladies on the panel. All right, good night. All right, shout out to bro.
Oh my God,
Go ahead,
yeah.
Lotus. You got it. My bad.
But I mean, they basically would show how, let's see, okay, so I hate to say it, but let's use Sincere. So Sincere is this beautiful woman. She has this beautiful skin. And then, it's light, it's bright. And this is pretty much the way for you to get in this club. So now she has on this gorgeous dress. And we're basically in this house surrounded by a bunch of white wealthy men. So basically what they would do is there would be those white European men that would basically he'll be, there'll be one like, oh, okay, I see Sincere or Sayeda. I see her, I want her. And so then basically it would be like a meet and greet. And basically they would basically pay her for her being beautiful, and for and if a child was to come about in their relationship, he would basically have to continue to pay her dowry pretty much, and this is how they got through life and didn't have to suffer, and how they ended up getting their homes, how their children ended up being, brought up as gentlemen, their sons, and then their daughters, and these were the ones that they would send over often to Paris where it was safe. So there was definitely a different world when you were mulatto. So you had access to places that people who had an African parent would not have.
Correct. And they were creating them as to be can be original buffer groups, and they will use and this is why when people talk about like colorism, all it is just a subset of like white supremacy, right? Because you're still upholding whiteness, right? So when people refer to colorism, they're saying what dark skin is considered less desirable, and the lighter skin, the whether it's the red bone light skin or the the light skinned white people, right? That's saying that is better. So once you create the mulattoes, right, and the creoles, the octoroons, the quadroons, they're saying, look, because of this one drop, y'all still are niggas, but we'll treat y'all better than the niggas. You see what I'm saying? So they were just like created as a buffer group, and then it did reinforce forms of like self-hatred. They didn't have cake soap back then, but then if there's a dark-skinned black woman, slaves, a servant girl, and you got this mulatto who's able to go into the big house, right? Who's able to wear certain types of garments, and then you flip it. I don't know. I did the segment that I started with was that some chick, I don't know if her name is something Ari Lennox or whatever. She tried to say that Martin from the Martin Show was being colorist against Pam. But Martin didn't even make any jokes about her skin tone. And then I played the clip where Pam said the dark skinned girls, they used to be ragging on Gina for being light skinned. Cause like that's part of our culture. Like we'll rag on you. It don't really matter. Your teeth messed up. You got braces. You short. You had a foot, a leg amputated. Like people don't really care. Like that's part of our culture. So as much as they were trying to project that Martin was being colorist, the colorism was more like they didn't want Martin to have like a light-skinned girl because it makes the dark-skinned chicks feel insecure about themselves. But in a deeper conversation, there is colorism, but then there's also something called featureism, right? Where you can focus on the skin tone, but then it's also about the features. So if you're coupling the colorism with the featureism, so for instance, there's some light-skinned chicks that look cool, and then there's some I don't, do you know who, like, I think her name is like Bernice Burgos or something like that, right? Like she's like a dark-skinned chick, but like her features are on point. Like she's killing a lot of like light-skinned chicks, But sometimes what people they try to conflate. They'll bring up a bad example and then like conflate it with colorism. That they'll be like, Viola Davis should be held in the same beauty standards as Vanessa Williams or something. Like it's like, come on, man. You know what I mean? And then if you say no, then it's just like colorist, you know what I mean? Or if somebody says, oh, I think Beyonce is better, I think Beyonce looks better than Kelly Rowland. And I'm not saying that's what I believe. I'm just saying people will just automatically assume that that's colorist, you know what I mean? But like, I think sometimes people are looking at it from a lens of colorism, and sometimes it's from a lens of featureism. They just certain features people deem more exotic in certain features they associate with maybe poverty or less demure and things like that. So
You're
it's
scared to
really
say
deep.
it. You're scared to say it. I'll say it.
Go
Shit.
ahead, you got it. I'm on mute.
I'm a this this runs rampant in the community of women. And so this is where we start getting into phenotype. Let's be honest. And this is actually perfect to speak about right now, and speaking about Creoles and mulattoes, things like that. And so you would fall under a particular phenotype. So it was either where you were the African, or whether you were the Aboriginal, a free person, and that's basically what it is. And so in that movie that I mentioned, God, I wish I could remember the name of
What
it right
was it?
now.
Was it any other movies in the chat? Stan put Daughters of the Dust or Eve's Bayou. Was it in either of those?
No, it wasn't Eve's Bayou. Oh my gosh, it's been
Was
featured.
Vanessa Williams in the movie?
Hmm?
Was Vanessa
No,
Williams in? Huh?
no, the one guy that was in oh my
Could you
gosh,
describe the movie one more
colorist.
time?
Let
Describe
me
that
see.
movie one more time.
Hold on, I know the guy that was in there. Let me Google his name real quick. Um,
Okay. And while you Googling that, sincere, I just want to let y'all know I would keep it rocking, but like I'm gonna have to shut it down in like 10 minutes, only just because I'm on my phone and it's gonna
Oh
go.
well,
But
that's
not all
good.
of us.
That's fine because I'm gonna get off of here. But I just want to say that
okay,
eugenics.
sincere,
Huh?
hold on, let me just set this up for you. So yeah, just since you're gonna get off, just go ahead and rock out as long as you need to, and give like your closing remarks and touch on anything that was said and try to tie in that whole colorism thing that I said, because I don't know if you heard. Did you hear that comment that they were making that said Martin was colorist towards Pam on their show?
Oh no!
Mm.
So Martin was being colorist towards Pam on the show.
No, well that's the claim, but like he never. First of all, he was clowning on Gina for having a big ass head, and then they were clowning on each other, and he never made jokes about her skin tone. But there was this framing that and also Pam had revealed that she was supposed to play her character was supposed to be fat. So instead of him clowning on the BDBs in the kitchen, it was going to be fat jokes. So that's a whole different thing as well, because like that, I'm glad it was Pam, because that would have been a portrayal of a black fat dark woman juxtaposed to a pretty light skinned red bone like Gina, you know what I mean? But I think side to side, Pam is right up there with Gina, especially at the time. But anyways, there was a lot of hoopla that was trying to say that somehow the show Martin was colorist because Martin was always ragging on the dark skinned Pam. So if you can wrap that into a discussion of colorism. And also Pam said most of the colorism was towards Gina because they were mad that Martin had a little light skin thing, and it was a bunch of like dark skinned women that was going. So you got it. You got the floor.
You talking about fans of the show were coming at her, or the people that were on set with her?
She Pam said it was people on the set. They used to have like a live studio audience.
Okay.
So
And they
so she
felt some
was
type of way because Gina was light complexioned.
correct. You know how it is, because like I said, they
Yeah.
were always doing the juxtaposition. They get a dark skinned woman, her hair is short, she's like a Grace Jones, you know what I mean? They try
Mm-hmm.
to intentionally make her perceived to be less masculine, i.e., Viola Davis, the woman king, right? And then they put the light skinned chick, and she's always demure, dainty, long flowing hair. You see what I'm saying? So Pam was saying that most of the people, or Tachina, that's her name, Tachina Arnold, she was saying Gina, like they were brutal. And she said like it was a lot of gay people on set, and she said the gay people, like they was, she said they roast with the best of them, but we already know that they try to treat them and the trans community like a delicate flower. Oh, Dave Chappelle made a joke. It's like, man, they pretty brutal with their jokes. So I'm tying that all in. If you could just kind of speak on that issue, of colorism, because it's made its rounds, of people trying to make it, a mountain, what they say, a mountain out of a molehill, and turn this into a colorist thing, as if
Who presented it initially?
some chick named Ari Lennox, or some singer Lennox, something
Oh,
like
from
that.
the Eurythmics. Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so she presented that, and I get what she's saying, because there has been an agenda to, defeminize black women, but specifically dark-skinned black women. But some of them are like kind of complicit with that, you know what I mean, when they
Mm-hmm.
take certain roles. And then a lot of times they know this is why they start getting people like Gabrielle Sidibe, right, who's not FBA, and they get her to play a role like Precious, a disgusting movie that I haven't seen, and I've just seen previews, and that was enough, right? But then the
Mm.
white people will say, "Oh my God, it's so riveting," right? So they'll give her a movie for that disgusting role, and then that gets cemented as, look at the credibility for dark-skinned black women. And even somebody that's like even lighter on the side of Halle Berry, she gets an award for getting her black back blown out as some junkie on Monsters Ball. You see what I'm saying? So then when Viola Davis was getting another award, it was like The Help, The Woman King, all where they look either subservient, non-threatening, not a feminine. So this is why they try to say like they can't make the mainstream. So it's a really deep conversation that I would love to revisit with y'all, but I'm just trying to tie all that in so you can get a solid, response, in response to the colorism, but also like we talking about the phenotypes. It's some light-skinned chicks that's fine, and it's some dark-skinned chicks that's finer than any light-skinned chick. So you got it, whatever direction you want to take it.
I guess I will say that I don't feel like Martin was colorist. Like, I don't think the program itself was colorist. I think that Gina got it just as much as Tashina Arnold got it, right, Pam? And I think sometimes white women, they be well-intentioned, and they speak on matters that they don't have a full understanding of when it comes to the black community. They don't understand how we kind of rev on each other. You know what I mean? And it probably would have been, she would have probably been right if he had said something like, spoke to her color in any kind of way, or the tone of her skin, or anything to that nature. But that was just basically a show where everybody was revving on each other. I mean, Tommy was getting it, Brother Man was getting it, everybody was getting it.
Cole was dumb. Remember they said, Cole,
Yeah.
you stupid.
Yeah, everybody was getting it. You know what I'm saying? We got the player from the Himalayas, the whole
Shanae,
entire mess.
Otis, Roscoe.
Yeah. So I don't see what that is, but so I don't know. I think sometimes, especially white women, but people from other cultures kind of look at how we play the dozens on each other, rev on each other and stuff, and then they might be well intentioned, but it just comes off like you're just doing too much. Like, you just don't understand. You don't understand our cultural nuances as much as you would like to understand. As much as you say that you married into or you've been around all your life, you just really don't understand the cultural nuances. And maybe you should just step back a little bit and maybe just enjoy the show for what it was. You know, a funny show. A funny show. And then what else I wanted to say? Oh, yes,
Did you
you
have to
did
say
it.
something about because I also talked about like how the Creoles, the mulattoes was actually, the W supremacists, they created them as like a buffer group, when they were doing all this raping and stuff like that. And they were supposed to be superior, to the dark skinned Negroes, but not.
Yeah, I was going to speak to that. I
Yeah.
only have one word for it. It's eugenics, and that has been woven into the fabric
Yeah,
of
that's wild. Yeah,
America. So that
that's
means
fact.
that's just what it is, right? America, even to this day, practice eugenics. So if they could make a master whatever or create a certain phenotype or whatever, they're going to do that. And they're doing it right now. So, what's new? There's nothing new underneath the sun. And I think
Correct.
that's pretty much it. I think it's wrapped it up in a nutshell right there.
Yeah, no, that was a smooth landing, and like you said, and you know what? As much as I was saying, you really did sum it up with that word,
Mm-hmm.
eugenic, because it encompasses so much, and it takes you down so many rabbit holes, and they all are ugly and toxic and grotesque. But that was the perfect word for you to use because it really is a pseudo, but a very bigoted, racist, anti-black science to it, right? And when you're talking
Right.
about eugenics, you're talking about a system, a analytical, and now they have eugenics with AI, so it's an even more level of sophistication. Back then, when they didn't even have a smartphone, an iPhone, they were breaking people down to the quadroon, the octoroon. You have
Mm-hmm.
one drop. Like how could you quantify one drop? You know what I mean? Like that's not a scientific
And to
way.
date, we use words like erasure, right? Because we're talking
Yeah,
about the same thing across the board, whether it's of a people through systems or historical systems, right? Um, or through actual physical systems, right? Either way, it's an erasure of a people, erasure of their looks, identity, their history, in the creation of a new people or new something, whatever they're trying to create.
correct. Yeah, is it going to be people? And that's a form. It's genocide, but it's also a form of ethnocide where you're just trying to specifically erase a lineage and just rewrite history as something else. And I mean,
Right.
they've already done that with the person with let's just call him Caesar Borgia. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I've had this conversation on my channel before a long time ago though, and we've had conversations like this, but now I'd be more on the chittering circuit situation, right? But we have talked about how, you know, the erasure is going on, how you know, they're trying to create a new black person where the black person doesn't even look like a black person. The phenotype is not that of African or indigenous or anything, right? It's more European. Um, you know, and there and there's a fear of there not being what we typically see as the black man or the black woman anymore. We will be this what's the word for it? Just this like this one look people. And we're not going to be too dark. We're not going to be too light, or we might have a little brown to us, right? Or something like that. But our hair will be very, it won't be kinky. It'll be loose curled, or if not loose curled, it'll be straight. But this is the going look of the next generation of black people. So,
And that's what I'm saying. This will be considered the new black, and then
yeah,
this is why they try to tell you, well, you can't gatekeep blackness and da da da. Like they try to force you to accept the one drop rule, and then if you say this, I tell them this: I do accept the one drop rule. In reverse, this person has one drop of whiteness, so they're white to me.
right.
And then if you say that, they'll argue you down and try to say that, but this is the I'm white and I say so, right? Because they
Yeah.
said one drop rule, this is the way, then you have to accept it. Does that
Right,
person
racially
identify?
ambiguous. Thank you for that. I'm tired and I couldn't think, but yes, that is the going to be
Yeah.
racially ambiguous. You're very correct in that. Sorry, B-Eazy, because I seen him write that and I was like, okay.
Oh no, you good. I mean, oh, hear this, man. I'm trying to shut down, and this is how the people got to do it. I could read this voice. Why are you so hung up on race? It's like, come
No, this
on,
channel
bruh.
doesn't just crap
Oh
on white
Lord.
people. But if you think that, you shouldn't be here.
That woke
And I,
Lotus
I don't
up.
understand. Like, I don't understand how people, I'm just going to assume, right? Either you are of another race, or maybe you might just be of our race, and somehow you need to be like a champion or a cheerleader for something that is not taking place. We're having a conversation and about dynamics within the Black community.
Right.
So, I mean, I think you should be able to follow that without assuming that one is crapping on somebody else's culture or identity.
Yeah, you
And if
see
you
this because this person is
Oh
saying this
my
channel just
God.
shits on white people.
Yeah, so
Go
like if you
ahead,
can't
Lotus.
Nobody's
do
'Cause
that,
talking
then
on white people. Like,
just
w-
exit the
they
room. Like
they
exit the
literally
room.
like, what did
you
we even really say that was bad about white people?
we
I'm
didn't say
really
anything
trying to
about
think.
they heard they
Go ahead, you got it,
eugenics.
Lotus.
They heard the term eugenics, and then their little ears just stuck up like a
Then
little
they was like,
hound.
pickable.
Right. And so they're thinking that we're talking about white people. What did they say when I was little? You're all in the Kool-Aid and you don't even know the flavor. They used to hear my aunt tell me that all the time. She hated babysitting, but
Hold
she
on,
had
Lotus.
to.
Look at this comment. It looked like the trolls is out. Did Popeyes
Oh
come out with a
God.
new
And
chicken
then
salad?
and then oh
I don't know. You should
that's
probably
so
ask your mother.
original.
You
And
should
then
That's
they
why
ask
I'm
came
your
like,
mother because I'm
damn.
serving your mother fried chicken for you.
In
And
then
she
you named
2026,
probably
yourself
made
this
potato
all your
salad
Roscoe. Like
with,
Roscoe's chicken. We
yeah, she
don't
probably made you
newsflash,
some
baby.
potato salad with extra mayonnaise or whatever. Like whatever you did. Ask your mother, did they come out with that? Did they come out with a new chicken at Popeyes?
Newsflash, baby. Black people don't own Roscoe's anymore. You gotta take that over there with the Asians or the Hispanics, whoever bought it. It's not even owned by black people anymore. Like,
And here's another news flash. Asian people eat more chicken than blacks.
facts.
Did you know that?
I think
Did
it's
you
and
just
effing
and
know that?
and mystery meat.
Okay. And spam.
that's just a bot somewhere that's located in India. You know what they do. So I would just leave it alone with them. Usually when you just don't even talk about them, they eventually just go away. So I don't think we should let that deter us from.
Oh no, it's yeah, no, I agree. I just want to
Let's.
show because look, this person is like, oh God, a black woman is talking like, damn, I can see this voice. It's like so much, but I'm up here with some solid people, and we ain't gonna let the incel. So go ahead, Lotus, take us home. Right, I
Yes.
know you
And when
got a
a
lot to
black
say.
woman is talking, you should shut up.
Yeah,
I
bow
mean, I
down.
mean, if we're gonna go back to that, what is it? The going back to Africa theory. I'm your
Yeah.
mother. Go sit in the corner. Go sit your ass in the corner, okay? Before I put a dunce hat on you, and maybe go make you go get a switch and then pop your ass up a couple of times.
It's just crazy to me
So
how
I have,
people want to
as
even.
being the mother of all of you, I need to teach you some manners. You're out of line, child. Anyways, let me get up off of here. Bye, y'all.
All right, good. No problem, sincere. I'm gonna let Lotus close
Bye.
it down. And much love, sincere. Appreciate you. And Lotus, before this is to the trolls in the chat.
And I quote, you know your damn role and shut your damn mouth.
All right, you got it, Lotus.
Okay, you cut out for a second. I'll just leave with this. Leave with how we started. At the end of the day, there was a racial construct that we didn't sign up for. We didn't pass any legislation, And I just don't understand how we became the villains for everybody. And you just showed proof of that. We didn't say anything. We weren't talking bad about white people. It wasn't even about them. But you see, they came and they centered themselves. So these same people that created legislation and that erased an entire group of people. And I've read this off several times since we've been on here, as to where it says our race, the race of the slave Indians or of the Indians not in amity to this government, is extinct. And again, this was pre-Walter Plecker. So these are the peoples whose pens have power, that have created legislation, that have historically oppressed us. And I think as a people, for us to be where we are today, and we are the main characters, we're the only race of people in the United States whose race has been changed since 1492, several times. So the erasure has been here since Columbus crash landed. And with that, I just pray that we continue on to the course. No matter how much somebody tries to come and say that we aren't united, it's a lie. They homogenized us, and what do we show today? We show unity by calling ourselves something that shows that homogenization, that unity, which is FBA. And so we're here, and just like every other name that we've been called, we've embraced it. Except this time, we took a name that they didn't give us. We gave us our own name. And as a collective, we have sided with that. And so I feel that this is a way for us to we took back our power, our right, the right to self-identify. And so I think that's really beautiful. So we are unified, no matter what they say, no matter what us ragging on each other, we're unified. And I'll end my plane.
And you was cooking today, so I gotta give you your chef hat, Chef Lotus, in the building. So yeah, this was just a random impromptu stream. I am ecstatic that you came through. I had a bunch of people I was not expecting to come through. My girl Sincere, the lovely Sincere, is so gracious with her time, came through. She's always sharing me out. Supporting, hitting the Cash App, and she don't even hit link, so she hit the link. My boy Big Rig, he was up late night, and it was you too. I got to give you some props. You got that energy and aura, so you was drawing people. You did bring some trolls too. I gotta blame you for the trolls too, but you know what I mean. But no, I'm just joking with you. Anytime we talking about progressive stuff and things that we want to build, other people will try to derail the conversation, center it about them. Kind of try to take the energy, suck the life and the momentum out what we doing. But I think that this was like just a random, powerful stream. I like your demeanor, and how you stand on, what you stand for. So, I appreciate you, and I'm going to get ready to shut her down. And, you welcome over here at any time. I think I'm going to go back and try to watch the playback, and, I'm going to give you like a mod stick. So, whenever you slide through, you'll be in that true blue. And unless you got anything else to say, I'm gonna get ready to shut her down. I appreciate everybody watching this.
live concurrently. You could be anywhere in the world. You chose to be here with us, and for that, I thank you. You know what I mean? I got the Cash App at the bottom, so you want to make a contribution, you feel me? But otherwise, it won't cost you a fee. The likes are free. Hit your boy with a like, share, comment, subscribe. That's your form of support too. So you don't even got to send no money. You feel me? Just send me a like, share it out. And, you know, with that, we're going to get ready to shut her down. You know, this is the lovely Lotus. I know you don't always hit panels, but did you have a page or any information that you want to share with the people before I shut it down, Lotus? Okay, it looks like Lotus has left the building, so don't worry, y'all. I'm going to get ready to shut this thing down. I sincerely appreciate y'all for coming through. So let me just hit y'all with a quick visual, and then we're going to be out of here. So just give me uno momento. And it goes something like this.
Yeah. Hey. B-Eazy Dat Dude, yeah. Shit so hot it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up. I bring the pain like an aftermath of a car wreck. It's a lot of niggas that say they real, but to me that shit is far-fetched. Them cats is pussy. They really is on some feminine stuff. I ride up on them with the 40 ounces. It's a definition of adrenaline rush. What it do is sweet like cinnamon puffer. My niggas is rough like Willow Pass. Grew up out on Mary Mac, but I used to hang on Willow Pass. These homes that I roll with, outcasts and misfits. For the zip lips so you get hit when the fifth spit. Flatline in your Fitbit. Trap habits is black magic, no voodoo. Get the bands like Buku for the cocaine and go cuckoo. Most these niggas is foo-foo, so I'm shitting on them like doo-doo. I can't fuck with y'all like tofu. I'm just saying, man, like Goku. Bad bitches at the house with me watching Netflix or Roku. Fuck them both at the same time, and I swear to God it was so cool. Street legend, real boss, I call shots cause I'm still saucy. I know some G's to the bike crack on shite racket and fly back out to Millwall. When they hear me flow, they say I be burning up, burning up. Cookie to the draw is what we burning up, burning up. What you ain't know, oh, we burning up, burning up. This shit so hot, it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up.